So I had to figure out a way to, to do it. And that was to say, okay, I'm worried about genocide. And at that time, the time I was writing, it had only happened in a big way in Rwanda. Darfur was not yet, alive. Um, so I said, okay, it had to be Rwanda, and I had to come up with characters that dramatize, the pains of the genocide, and I wanted to do it from the point of view of children. Um, and I, I don't really know how I did it, but I did it slowly. Slowly, after 6 months, I started to see the characters more clearly. Uh, it was important for me to understand what conflict, was. So that's how I started, from issues and then characters. I bring up the story of Rwanda, the story set in Rwanda, because I've never visited Rwanda and I'm eager to go to Rwanda any day from now. So I'm very grateful to God that the story came together. If I say here that I really know how that came to be, I would be lying to you. Mm-hmm.
Hello. More than 300,000 registered voters in Equatorial Guinea went to the polls today to extend the tenure of the world's longest-serving president. The 80-year-old President Teodoro Obiang is expected to win today's election, extending his 43-year rule. Nobody expects the opposition candidates to make a dent, as the president's strong grip on the oil-rich nation assured him of victory. Professor Anna Sarr of the University Institute of Lisbon told the BBC that the elections are mere cosmetic. Nothing will change, he says, as the president is expected to get more than 95% of the vote. Activist Tutu Alicante says that the opposition does not stand a chance because the president will do whatever it takes not to leave power. Other opponents have accused the president of using poverty as a political weapon to control the country of 1.45 million people. President Obiang seized power in 1979 from his uncle. He has survived several coup attempts and is preparing his son, who is currently the country's vice president, to take over from him. About 200 countries of the world reached a historic deal yesterday in Egypt that will help provide funds for countries that are worst hit by climate change. Negotiators at COP27 in Egypt arrived at the landmark deal, which will set up a loss and damage fund. Though the UN Secretary General said the deal was a much-needed political signal, he complained that it was not enough to deal with climate change. Since the end of the 19th century, the world's temperature has risen by 1.1 degrees centigrade, and the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has increased by 50%. Scientists have warned that doing nothing will lead to devastating heat waves, rising sea levels, and the loss of plants and animal species. Rising sea levels will swallow over 36 big cities worldwide, including Lagos, New York, Venice, Miami, and many others. Calm returned to Burkina Faso, where protesters have been on the streets since Friday, demanding that French troops and the ambassador leave the country. Some protesters were carrying Russian flags and denouncing the independence deal with France that allowed the colonial power to establish a military base in the West African country. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 10:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Cairo, Egypt, 3:30 p.m. in Burkina Faso. Wherever in the world you are watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today is the award-winning writer, Uwem Akpan. Let's listen to him.
Create in this book a comparison, the histories of violence between the two countries. Because I did not want Americans to say, look at those Africans. Why? They're always fighting. They're always fighting over something. Why can't they stop fighting? And then they say, oh, look at the African Americans. That's where they came from. That's why they're dysfunctional. So I wanted to say, okay, we had the Biafran War, and then you have other wars here. Suddenly, our government, the government of your country decides to single out the black men of Tuskegee and fry their dicks for 40 years. Okay? So how could you now sit here and blame us in Africa for wars? You have your wars here. And what does it mean to be an African American? You are carrying this weight of 400 years of, slavery, of crying to be heard, okay? And then the Native Americans, 60 million of them were killed so that this land could be taken away from them. Okay,
All right. Uwem Akpan is the author of the New York Times bestseller, Say You Are One of Them. The book of short stories won the Commonwealth Prize, the Oprah Book Prize, and many others. In 2009, it made the Oprah Book Club selection. Uwem teaches creative writing at the University of Florida. His latest book, his first novel, New York, My Village, was published last year. Professor Uwem Akpan. Welcome to the show. Nice to have you. Nice to have you. I really appreciate this. I know that today is the opening of the World Cup, and you're a big fan of the World Cup, and you made time to join us today. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let's start by what team are you supporting at the World Cup?
Hello, Rudolph. Thanks for inviting me. I don't want to say my team in public. It's a closely held secret.
All right. That's good enough. All right. There's another competition going on in Nigeria, which is election coming up in less than 100 days. Have you been watching?
Well, I have been trying to follow things back home as closely as possible. My heart bleeds for my country. I read Nigerian news like 3 times a day. It's the pain of the diaspora people. You have here, you have, back home. So yes, I've been following, but there are still things I'm missing because things are happening by the minute.
Yes, it happens to everybody. But now, the presidential election, because that will determine the what happens in Nigeria in the next 4 years. I understand, or I saw where you posted a picture of Peter Obi. Are you in support of?
Yes. Peter Gregory Obi is my candidate.
Wow. So it's amazing. You, Chimamanda, some writers came out and they are saying these are their candidates, and some are not saying anything like Okendibe. So you are very courageous. Why Peter Obi?
I have looked at the 3 candidates and I said, this is mine. Out of these
three candidates who are most likely to win these elections. I said this much. I've seen some of the things he did in Anambra State. Okay. Um, like education, like the ability to connect with the youth. And I think that's a positive. Okay. I want someone who comes in and pays very close attention to our very youthful population and give the youth some hope after NSAS. Now, Peter Obi is not the magic wand. Everything is not just going to be perfect when he comes, because Peter Obi himself is not perfect. Okay. So he will come in, and my hope is he tries to show us the way forward. So I'm positive. So that's my candidate.
All right, all right. So some people wonder, hearing people supporting Peter B. Does it have anything to do with the argument that the eastern part of the country, that region has not produced a president in a long time? Is that a factor in your decision?
Wait a minute. My tribe, my ethnic group, the Anans, we have not produced a president, and we are not crying. So if we want to go by that, the Igbos could not cry over this, because they had Nnamdi Azikiwe as a ceremonial, at least the ceremonial leader. Have you ever heard of the Anans before? There are 400 ethnicities you don't hear about. So it doesn't immediately translate into that. But one thing I want to add to this Peter Obi thing is he's healthy. He's healthy. He's younger than these other two people. I'm tired of a sick president. This is how we got ourselves into the Yaradua, situation. Obasanjo was lying to us that he was well. He lied to us. Has he apologized for that? He lied in public. And we got into this situation where he was constantly sick and sick and sick. Buhari has come. It's the same thing. So why should we go for Tinubu? You can see his motor functions are problematic. You can see his speech is problematic. They even say that he has Parkinson. This is what they're saying. So there is a problem. And I see someone like Peter Obi who is, why wouldn't I go for this? I'm tired of a sick president. And young Nigerians are young and vibrant. Why should we go for this? Okay, going back to the tribal thing. Peter Obi, I think we need to look at him as Peter Obi, as a person. And I've listed, his stuff about education. I've talked about his health. I've talked about the excitement, how the youths are excited about this. We need new blood. But beyond this, the Igbos, they voted for Obasanjo big time. Obasanjo is a Yoruba man. Second term, Obasanjo, they voted for him again big time. Okay? Who came next? Yaradua. The Igbos voted. Yaradua was a Fulani man. After that, the Igbos voted for Jonathan big time. Jonathan is a minority from the south, the Jaws. Okay? Then it was the time of Atiku versus Buhari mainly. They voted for Atiku, a Fulani man. So there's an argument after looking at Peter Obi as a person who I believe,
should step forward and has stepped forward. You now want to say, why is it difficult to vote for an Igbo man or woman in Nigeria? You will only, if we are sincere, trace this to the war. Have we not suffered enough? The Igbos have suffered. The rest of the country has suffered. We, the minorities of the Niger Delta, we suffer from both Nigeria and Biafra. So why are the Igbos treated this way when they vote for other, people? That's all I want to say.
All right, we are going to get into the war and everything in your books, but let me also press you on this. There are also some people who are making the decision, because everybody in Nigeria now, they are trying to decide on who to vote for. And the premise of their own decision is that, looking at the APC, they have this Muslim ticket. Is that a factor? Is that something are you worried about that?
I shouldn't be worried about that. Mark that word, shouldn't. I shouldn't be worried about it. It should not be part of the equation. But given the context, given the brief history of Nigeria, given how the Buhari government has handled the issues of diversity and ethnicity, I am worried. See, when APC was first formed, it was very, very, very Muslim. And many of us saw this. And then they tried to move a bit to the right, a bit to the left, and brought in someone like Osibanjo. I'm terribly, terribly disappointed in Osibanjo. He sold his soul thinking he would become the president of Nigeria. It has backfired on him. He's the one Buhari used to send out here to lie that there was security in Nigeria, and he lied constantly. What is he doing there as a pastor? The country has gone to the dogs. Does he speak out? No. Why does he think he needs to follow this kind of, I don't know how to explain myself. So it's not just Buhari. Why is Osibanjo not seeing the light? Because he thought he would become the president of Nigeria. So he sold out his vocation, his everything. Now he's left empty-handed.
All right, let's the other part of the equation, looking at what's going on in the country, is Rivers State Governor Wike. He's from the south where you are. And what do you think about the politics he's playing?
That name Wike sounds like an Igbo man.
No, he said it's not Igbo, so we agree. Whatever you want to be, he said it's not Igbo. He's
okay.
See again. Okay.
All right. Here is the deal. I like some of the things Governor Wike has done. I have not been to Rivers State in a long time, so I don't really know what is on ground, but I hear there are lots of flyovers now in Rivers State. What I would say immediately is I liked that time he intervened and possibly saved the life of that woman who had a problem with NNDC, and the federal government sent the police to go and arrest her 5 o'clock in the morning. I liked how Wike stepped forward to rescue that woman. I loved it. And I understand that the woman was not even a member of, PDP, a member of Wike's party. But I liked what he did there. The bigger problem from what I saw there is I would like to know that woman's salary that allowed her to build that kind of mansion. Because in attempting to show what Nweke was doing, I could see that, oh my goodness, I'd like to know what this woman, her position in government, her, what business is she involved in to be able to, to live in a place like this. But I like what Nweke was doing there. Nweke wanted to be the president of Nigeria, and I'm sure he, tailored resources, directed resources to accomplish this. It has not worked out for him. I never thought they would allow him anyway, because he's a stubborn man. He's the kind of man who can go in there and really shake the table in Nigeria. And I'm not sure the Northern establishment wants that kind of table shake and any table. So I feel his pain. I don't know how much of that pain can help Peter Obi. That's what I'm interested in right now.
Now, we mentioned in passing, we know that Goodluck Jonathan was president too, and so that was. What do you think about his tenure in office?
It's far better than this. It's far better than this. This is the change people were crying for. It was less violent. We had food to eat. I mean, it's day and night. You cannot compare. I don't want to go far back. I want to just say who replaced him. See, there's something to be said about Buhari constantly reaching out to Jonathan. Remember at the beginning, he wanted to probe Jonathan. He wanted to put him to shame. It's some of us who said Nigeria has the resources to probe all those who have been in power. Why Jonathan? Why single him out? But now you can see they were even trying to bring Jonathan into APC to run. These people have run Nigeria aground. We are bleeding. A lot of Nigerians are running out of that country. Why? Because APC has finally almost buried it. So even those who are trying to defend Buhari, they are not being sincere. Who can travel now from Lagos to Abuja without fear? Lagos to Benin without fear? Benin to Igboland or Meduguri without fear? Abuja to Daura, his own, without fear. So the system is broken and our hearts bleed. So when you want to make that comparison, you say, okay, Buhari's tenure, we are the capital of poverty in the world as we speak. Anyway, you want to speak? Is your show? Go ahead.
No. You are the guest. Anything you want to say? Let me. You mentioned something that you've not been to Port Harcourt in a while.
Yeah.
And when was the last time you were in Nigeria?
I was in Nigeria last year.
Oh, okay.
I was in Abuja and Lagos and Akwa Ibom.
Okay, because I read somewhere that you couldn't go for a festival in Akwa Ibom because you were afraid.
Yes.
What is going on? When did that happen?
Your Igbo people, the Biafrans, have been threatening me. They are very angry because I said, look, Biafra was evil, unqualified evil in minority lands. It's a story we've never been able to get out for 50 years. So the big time Igbo writers, the big hitters, have been shaping this story in a way that the Igbos and the Biafrans are the righteous ones in Nigeria. We were killed, we were this and that and that. So for 50 years, they have wrong-footed, they have deceived 2 generations of Igbos, that they did nothing whatsoever in this war. And so here I come and I say something like, well, we had the genocide in the north, and at least some records, some historians have said at least a third of those who were killed were minorities. Nobody tells that story. It's always the Igbos were killed in the north. When you now said a third of these people were minorities, or 5,000 of them, conservative, figure, were minorities, the question now becomes, if we were killed together in the north. In fact, some have said we were killed because they thought we were Igbos. So if this happened, why were we not able to come back and form Biafra? See, that's the lacuna in this history. So what this means is, even before that genocide, the minorities and the Igbos were never together, though they were in eastern Nigeria. We always felt cheated. So now, when we came back to Biafra, and Ojukwu wanted to form Biafra, and they said self-determination and all of that, whose self was being determined? We did not want Biafra. The minorities did not want Biafra. The Igbos under Ojukwu went out of their way to block the creation of minority states. Southeastern state, which became Cross River, which became Akwa Ibom and Cross River, and Rivers, which became Bayelsa and Rivers. Biafra, the Igbos blocked the creation of minority states. This is the story they're not telling. Most of the oil was in minority states. The coastlines belonged to the minority states. So they were not ready to let us go. And they imposed Biafra on us, so they were fighting two wars. Fighting against big-time Nigeria and fighting about small-time minorities, okay? So we were being massacred big time. So a place like Tombo Sagbama in Ijoland has a festival celebrating the fact that they survived Biafra. There are a few other places like that in minority lands. So we have not been able to tell our own story. And these Igbos, these Biafrans are hearing of this for the first time. And it's a seismic shift for them. It's a painful thing for them to hear that there's nothing Nigeria did to the Igbos that the Igbos did not do to the minorities of the Niger Delta. They cannot live with this. So what do? They try to go after the messenger. I'm just writing the stories of my people. If you want me to join Biafra, should you not listen to me and know how I feel? Why would you want to impose something that's so vile, so evil, on me? So anyway, speak. I think.
Yeah, no. I like the direction of the conversation. I like that, because we need to get this out. So yeah. Effiong, if I remember correctly, Effiong was Ojukwu's
deputy. Yes.
Deputy. Yes. So are you saying that there were no people from the current South who were part of Biafra, who wanted to be part of Biafra?
Good question. In any colonization project, you always have people within the colonized who accept and are part of that project. If you want to really know this, today, almost all Igbos want Biafra. Have you heard minority people say they want Biafra? People are very like, whoa.
Well, we have Asari Dokubo. Asari Dokubo wants Biafra, but not in a different.
You're mentioning one person.
I don't know a lot. Yeah.
But look at the masses of Igbos when they demonstrate for Biafra. Do you see that kind of groundswell of support for Biafra? In minority lands, you don't. What you will do is to say, oh, Effiong, oh, Asari, oh, that person. It's not like that when you talk about Biafra in Igbo land. Okay? It doesn't mean that everyone always has to agree. Okay? But I want you've been hearing this conversation for a while. Biafra. Okay, it's now that some of you are like, oh, we now begin to see why the minorities are not, raving, for Biafra. The short story is that we were being massacred. Now, the Western press did not cover our villages. And in any case, there was some sort of understanding that if the Western press exposed what Biafra was doing, Biafra would lose the little support, it had out here. Why would I be sitting here telling lies about my Igbo brothers? Look, in writing this book, a lot of Igbos helped me research because they said, look, we did not know any of this. So they were shocked. These are commoners, if there's such a term, who said, well, we shall help you get the details you need for this book. I've spoken to a lot of former Biafran soldiers. And, they're able to sit down because I've built these relationships for 30 years. So they're able to tell the truth, what they were told to do in minority lands. So it's a mess. And I come up with this, story, and you see. Now, let me go back to, the Igbos always say the propagandists, the radio men in Biafra were Okona Takbo and Okona whatever. They were the ones who were calling the war on the radio and telling, spreading all this propaganda. Now, these people were working for Radio Nigeria before Biafra arrived. So they were told, you got to work for Biafra now, and they did. And the day Biafra fell, they were still the people who announced to the Igbos, to Biafra, that look, we are now back to the Republic of Nigeria. Who could disobey Ojukwu and live? Emmanuel Efiajuna, is he alive? Such an icon, a winner. Is he alive? He couldn't. So Ojukwu was not someone you could disobey. Biafra was a terrorist state, especially in minority lands. I'm sorry to say this, but this is our story. And anybody who is sincere, you should ask your minority neighbors. If Rudolph, if you know minority people here, apart from Uwem Akpan in the US, ask them what they feel about Biafra. Our people just sit down like this and look and say, what is this? No, Biafra was evil, unqualified evil in minority lands. It was so bad we can't even talk about it.
So why was this story not told up till now? Were people afraid of telling this story?
Yes, and it's very complex. Like, I come from a little ethnic group called the Anams. For me to write this story, I've had to travel to so many minority locations in South. And who has the resources to do all of that? And who is able to put a story like this together? People used to write a bit about their area. Sarah Wiwa wrote about, Soja Boy, Ogonis. Isidore Kwewu wrote about another ethnicity. But I felt I needed to visit so many locations to establish a pattern. And it's all the same thing, Igbo supremacist agenda. Remember when Adaka Boro Isaac wanted to form the Republic of the Niger Delta, which was what he wanted to do, and it was starting from with the Ijaws, who stopped him from leaving Nigeria in February 1966. It was Ojukwu and Iransi. Iransi was in power, then he was eager to show that he would hold the country together. And Ojukwu was the governor of the Eastern region. Nonetheless, they stopped the minorities from leaving Nigeria. So you tell me, how does it feel if a year later, the Igbos want to leave Nigeria and they feel they must drag us along? Why? Without apology? Without saying, come, our brothers, let's sit down and work this out. Without they just invaded our lands and started killing people. Rudolph, the kind of killings I have heard about, I've not even started writing in my book. It's so bad. Okay? So there's a way this Biafran thing has been presented that it's not, look, I've told you I've done this research for 30 years. I even want to tell you that there are people of the generation of, let's just say Chebe generation, a Kweme generation, the leaders back then, they knew exactly what happened to us. Most of them knew about it. They knew what happened to us. This is why it's been very difficult for the Igbos to talk about the minorities. They always skip it, because if you say Yoruba, Hausa, it means that these were the ethnicities that basically formed the Nigerian army. If you say against Igbos, the Igbos are the victims. Once you introduce this minority thing, and you see that there's no crime Nigeria committed on the Igbos that the Igbos did not commit on the minorities of the Niger Delta, then you see it's a mess of a picture. Okay. See, let me just put this in here. It's so sad, this Asaba massacre. There's no reason. It's not accepted anywhere in the world that you'll get 400 people, line them up, strip them, and shoot them. It's not acceptable. It still hurts, and it will hurt, the Igbos and our country for a long time. But that only happened at the end of that campaign. The Biafrans broke into Nigeria. They were pushing towards Benin City. They killed a lot of people. In Benin City, they committed a lot of atrocities. When they were being pushed back, they killed a lot of people on the way towards Asaba. You want to talk about the Osiomo River massacre? 300 men, women, and children were killed. Okay? That's just one instance. The rubber plantation on that road, a lot of minorities there were killed. So the fight being pushed now to Asaba. It's sad that Moritala Mohammed did what he did. Nobody supports that. And it's even worse that he became the head of state. But there's a way this story is being told, and we forget what the Biafran soldiers were doing as they were going back, towards Asaba, or when they were coming in to Benin City. Okay? This is what is not being captured, because the young Igbos who are beginning to hear these things, the romance of Biafra self-determination is out of the window. They know it was an oil war. They know it was an ethnic war. They know it was a war over land. Nobody told them this. And they're beginning to know now that this was big-time oil war, and the minorities were being slaughtered. The same way the Igbos were being slaughtered. Yes.
Now, let's jump into the current situation, which is where there is still a new movement for the restoration of Biafra. You have the IPOB group led by Nnamdi Kanu, and you have several other Biafran groups. So how is the minority people from your area, for instance, how are they looking at that new movement? What do you think about Nnamdi Kanu?
Okay, let's make a distinction here, which will be helpful to our reader. I've given some interviews already where I have said I disagree with how Nnamdi Kanu is being treated. I disagree. Now, the Nigerian government went and bombarded his home, and they killed 28 people. And the guy ran away. Did the Nigerian government have a warrant from the court to invade his home? I'm not aware of this. So if you could not wait for Nnamdi Kanu to show up in court, and you send the military to do this to him, why should he not run away? You see? So I don't agree with how he's being treated. Going to arrest him, torture him in Kenya, and bring him back to Nigeria. I understand. I stand to be corrected. I understand it's against international law. So again, I don't like the way he's being treated. And I'm hearing he's being tortured in detention. I'm hearing he's sick in detention. I do not agree with this. I don't want to live in a country that does this. Rudolph, the worst part of this is Buhari went to court and Kanu has won. So why don't you release why don't you release it? If you don't want the court to decide, you don't take him to court. So now the court says, release the man, and you don't. What is this? This is wickedness. This is wickedness. So it meant that Buhari thought he would win. And somehow the Nigerian courts have wrong-footed him. So why still keep him there? So let's make a distinction. Okay, here. The question you're asking me is there's this new movement. If the old Biafra did not work, is it this new Biafra that would work? Even now, a lot of Igbos are very upset by what IPOP is doing to them in Igbo land. They cannot function, their businesses are constantly, set back because IPOP does not want them to work on certain days. So that's the much I want to say, to say now. You are in a position to tell me whether you've heard a lot of excitement from the minorities of the Niger Delta for Biafra. Okay? Now, let's also make a distinction between Biafra and Peter Obi, because Biafra is not on the ballot. It's Peter Obi that is on that ballot. And a lot of youth in minority lands are eager to vote for Peter Obi. It's not a referendum on Biafra. If it were Biafra, I wouldn't vote for Peter Obi. So let's make that distinction. A lot of our people will vote for Peter Obi because we are not talking about Biafra. We are talking about the Igbos being eager to be part of Nigeria. Okay? The Igbos must also be careful that when they don't, if they don't get it, for example, if they don't get it, they should build towards the next elections. It shouldn't be because we don't get it, we want to go back and clamor for Biafra. No, it shouldn't be like that. It should be, this is our candidate, Peter Obi. The youths are excited. I'm excited. I pray, I hope that he wins. It has surprised some of us, of how excited the Igbos are that Obi wants to be the president of Nigeria, which means you like the Nigerian project. It's only that there's been a lot of pain, and Biafra sometimes feels like the only way back home. Okay, I hope I've made a lot of distinctions in what
I could say that. I could say that, and I hope our viewers could say that. Let me ask you this: I've seen some interviews where we were very critical of Ojukwu and the role he played in the war. Let's start from the beginning. Did you see the sense in the intervention he made when people from the south were being killed in the north? Did you see the need for that? Like when he decided to say that people should come back to the south or southeast. What is your take on that? And where did he go wrong?
Of course. Look, there's no one, even Uwem Akpan, and perhaps you reading this in history and listening to your own people who suffered this thing. Okay, Ndibe ran away at age 11, so he has some memories of this. I don't know whether you are as old as that old man, but
no, I'm not.
Yeah, there's no one who saw this that would not have said, let's run back. You run back to your ancestral lands. The Igbos ran back to Igbo land. We ran back to the minority lands of the Niger Delta. It was the thing to do. When there is genocide, you run to where you can live and fight the following day. So there was, yes, we all ran back. Okay. Nigeria did not help this case. The most painful part for me was that Nigeria refused to pay the salaries of all these people who had run away from the north to recover back home. You should have continued to pay them so that they survive. They have sustenance. You don't ask them to quickly go back to northern and western Nigeria. So this is the part that I'm like, who, Gawon should have paid something, give them their salaries. So they were burying so many. It was traumatic. They didn't do this. They didn't. Okay. Now, the big issue I still go back to is if both minorities and the Igbos suffered this, and I've interviewed a lot of Igbos who survived that genocide. It's not a happy story at all. They're still trembling. I've interviewed a lot of minorities who survived that genocide. It's not a happy story at all. So both groups suffered what they suffered. The problem is, how do you convince the minorities to be part of Biafra? It didn't happen. It didn't happen. And our people suffered from the soldiers coming in. If you know the location, the geography of Anam versus the Igbos, we are right below. So we are the ones who suffered that first anger of minorities don't want to be part of this. And the soldiers came into Anam land. It was bloody. 1968 was even more bloody. Okay, so the Bibios, the Efiks, the Ogonis, it was a mess. So now, this is where the story becomes complicated. Why could we not work together? If we've suffered like this, it should have united us. But it didn't. And the Igbos forced this thing on us because of our oil, which is what Nigeria was also fighting for, by the way, and coastlines. So at the end of the day, Biafra slaughtered and tortured us. And then when Nigeria claimed to come to rescue the minorities, man, they also did us in. We have stories of people being dragged, with a rope on the back of a jeep on tarmac as a way of killing people. I can't even go, get into this. So while the Igbos are very traumatized by this war, the minorities are very traumatized too. We've not even been able yet to bring our stories to the fore. Look at it this way. The place in the whole of Nigeria, our brothers and sisters, the Igbos, feel most comfortable in, is it not the Niger Delta? They've come back. We've accepted them. They bully us with their war stories. We listen to them. Whenever they have been threatened in the north, what do the militants of the Niger Delta say? If you touch our Igbo brethren, we shall cut the oil lines. What does this say? What does this say? So it's a very painful story, Rudolph. I beg my Igbo friends, my Igbo brothers, my Igbo sisters, it's important that you listen to what the people you actually, we are your closest cousins, and we protect you as it were from the sea. So it's important to listen. Europe is beginning or trying to listen to how they colonized Africa. They're making some noises. It will be sad if our Igbo brothers and sisters are not able. You guys are a big tribe, successful. Ethnic groups are successful. World brand with so many wonderful, great, how should I, people known worldwide, popular, people, famous people, there should be a way to try and listen and say, okay, something went wrong here. Biafra was very Igbo. We cannot now turn around and excuse them from the barbarisms that went on. We are your brothers and sisters. We are going to vote big time for Peter Obi. I made that distinction because we cannot fight a war forever. We cannot. Okay? If 2 generations of Igbos they call us saboteurs? Really? You guys sabotaged, you sabotaged us from having our autonomy in the 2 states we were supposed to get. But everywhere I turn, I'm called saboteur. Saboteur. I'm almost beaten up in some places when I say I'm not comfortable with Biafra. But they don't know that you stopped the Jaws from at least having a country. The way the British stopped the Benin, the Kingdom of Benin, and looted everything and stopped them from having the autonomy, forced them into Nigeria. Okay? I think they're trying to return all those artifacts now.
Mm-hmm.
You want to ask the Benis what happened when the Biafrans came? The Biafrans were raping their women and saying, this is a way to ensure that when children are born, they'll be Igbos. What kind of birth control is that? So the Benis have not even started telling their stories. All those tribes going towards Asaba, they have not started telling their stories.
You talked in your book, you talked about Biafran soldiers raping young boys.
Yes. Yes.
You interviewed the victims, some of the victims.
It's a sad story. I've been doing this for 30 years because I didn't just want to write something I knew nothing about. That's why the last part of my book has some of these interviews. You see? What they were doing was they see a boy who looked healthy, they would abduct you and force you into the military. And it will change my mood if I go too much into.
Okay, you don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. Let me So the book also the main character Ekong came to New York to edit an anthology of stories about the Biafran War,
Mm-hmm.
and in New York he encounters he saw that tribalism is also in New York, but it's called racism. Now it was interesting what you did there. So many complex angles and very, very interesting. But now that you've been in America for a while, what do you think? What do you think about the difference, tribalism and racism?
Here is how I try to put it. Before white people came to colonize Africa, they had slavery. There was a time you had slavery in Europe, white people enslaving other white people. Before white people came to Africa to enslave us, we had slavery. This kingdom, this empire, defeating the other one and taking the inhabitants to be their slaves. So the big difference here has been the transatlantic slavery, the uprooting of so many peoples from their natural locations, habitats, transporting them to the Americas, and the number who died at sea. You can see now that for 400 years, our brothers and sisters who made that trip, their ancestors have suffered unimaginable pain for 400 years. Are we able to change the narrative? Now we are not able. And the structures of racism are still very much in place. Cocoa, for example, a lot of cocoa comes from West Africa. A bit, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Benin, Yoruba land, and all of that. Cocoa is being processed in France and Switzerland and Belgium, where you get chocolate and create employments there. The people who plant cocoa in Yoruba land, have you seen them? They are wretched people.
They can afford chocolate.
They cannot. So it makes sense then to see how much America fought to block Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala from being the Director General of Trade. Remember that fight? Hello?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Because we've been cheated in the way things are distributed. These are all structures of colonization. And actually, France, I understand that each year France gets everything combined, 500 billion out of the 10 francophone countries of West Africa. They're not allowed to have their central bank. A lot of the money in their central bank is in France. They can only remove a portion. They're not allowed to sell their products to other people. The conditions are evil. And it's not the first time France is doing that. They did the same thing to Haiti. That's why Haiti is in ruin right now. How did they come to do this? They said, you must pay for the civilization we brought you while we colonized you. Okay, so that's why today all those francophone countries are like this, held by France. This is why today you find people saying France has to get out of Mali with their military, and they're waving the Russian flags. They know this history. Those countries can never, ever be freed. So you do not find, maybe there is, I've not come across, like when you look at racism, you see it's been codified. Immanuel Kant and George Hegel, they wrote their political philosophies. We were not as human, as intelligent as their white people. And this was the Enlightenment philosophies that, held this racism stuff together and sent them to come and colonize us. Bear in mind that a place like northern Nigeria did not want independence when the rest of the country wanted independence. They said, no, not yet. I'm saying this because I've talked about that it's not always everyone who wants to be freed as quickly as possible. There are always local native collaborators who benefit from the system. So a lot of the colonial structures are still in place. Okay, even if you look at this country, the African Americans are only beginning now to get into the workplaces and try to generate wealth that would become generational. They hand over to their kids. So the structures are still in place. And who knows, the Supreme Court might reverse affirmative action provisions. They might say no more. And it would be sad because, look, only for 40 years, when you had enslaved people for 400 years, and you're already shaking and being anxious. Anyway, it's your show.
Now, I'm looking at the time. I'm so worried because we have not even touched the book of short stories. We've not even gone into. I don't know where we're going to find the time to discuss this. But our viewers are going to join us also. So, yeah. But let me go to your character, Ekong, the main character in New York, My Village. He said that how does one stop being a minority? And I want to ask you that how does one stop being a minority?
Rudolph, I don't know. My joy is I'm able to make friends all over the world. And it's a testament to that friendship that a lot of Igbos have helped me write this book. Because I don't know how else you can stop being a minority. See, like you, someone asked you in America, Rudolph, are you Igbo? You say, yes, 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 I'm Igbo. They come to me, when are you Igbo? I say, no. Are you Yoruba? I say, no. Are you Hausa? I say, no. They change the story. Because they, they don't know the other 400 groups. I might as well be from Namibia or Mali. It doesn't matter. So to be a minority in Nigeria is so tense because you know damn well that the bigger groups can wipe you out. You know. You also know that when you come here, nobody knows of you. So I don't know. I'm just sad. I wish the world would be a better place for the sake of minorities.
Do you
Anyway,
do you think that the tribe, for the nation to live, that the tribe must die?
certain aspects must be sacrificed for us to have the whole. By no means you shouldn't seek to wipe out the complete identity because look at Igbo food, look at Igbo language, look at Igbo culture. Wiping all of that out would be destroying Igbo language. Nobody speaks that language anymore. Anang language, Yoruba language. What we should do is to do the reverse of what Buhari has done. Buhari has come in to unjustly hand over the country to the Fulanis. Now, there are a lot of Fulani people who are very upset by what he has done. But he has intentionally, the Fulanis control the military, the security architecture. And if we are honest, when this crisis started, everyone was telling Buhari, the Fulani headsmen are doing this, they are doing that. Even the Sultan said, look, most of the people doing this thing are my Fulani people, something should be done. At least that's what I saw in the newspapers. Buhari claimed not to see, pretended, lied, kept saying live with the terrorists. Okay? These are the aspects that should not have to be. I cannot say let's remove Fulani culture from the Fulani person. No, you can think of how to improve. There's no reason why these Fulani people are walking from Bamako to Calabar with cows. They should be in one place going to school. Their children should get education. The world of today, you cannot do nomadic education. Look at me, I sit every day in a modern library with a laptop, and I'm not even able to get what I'm supposed to get. How are you going to get this on the back of a cow? It's not possible. So why? And the worst of it is Buhari's children are well educated. All these big-time Fulani people who are interested in this nonsense, their children live in Europe. Why are you enslaving your own people and forcing them to be walking cows from Bamako to Calabar? Have you seen those people? So I don't know. They should change that culture for the sake of their people. And now these people, they think they can go in and kill and kill and kill. I repeat, there are many Fulanis who are very upset by this because their brand is being destroyed. Now people think of Fulani in a certain way, and it doesn't have to be.
Now, there were a lot of bed bugs in New York, my village, and I know it's a metaphor for something irritating. I know that bed bugs are not in New York; they are never eliminated. No, it's always there, and somehow until the media.
Have you had it?
No, I have not. But it's everywhere, and until the media when they focus at attention to bed bugs, then people will start panicking about bed bugs.
Yeah.
But when they don't talk about it, it looks as if it's not there.
Yeah.
So what does that symbolize in New York, my village? Is it racism? Is it tribalism? What is it?
Okay. I believe in what Flannery O'Connor said. For a chair to begin to have a symbol in a story, it's better for that chair to exist first as a chair. And we see it, whether it's a three-legged chair or a four-legged chair or one with a round butt. Whatever it is. So first of all, you have bed bugs in the story as bed bugs. And you are the one telling me, New York,
more than that.
New York is fried. They have bed bugs is big deal in New York, but they've been hiding it because they control the media. They've been hiding it. They don't want to talk about it. The shame, the disappointment, the fear that it would discourage people from coming to New York City, which means all these things they say about African cities, they know it could affect our businesses and all of that. Okay. So bed bugs exist first as bed bugs because you have a lot of bed bugs in New York City. It also helps with the image, the symbol, the imagery of racism and tribalism. We fight so hard to stop racism, and when everything calms down, suddenly someone is killing George Floyd. And it comes up again, big time, big time, big time. And we fight again to say, oh, it's enough. We will take care of this. We will take care of this. And then something happens elsewhere, and, we've not taken care of this. So the fight against bed bugs in the book, the neighbors are fighting to stop it. And then it erupts in another apartment, consumes everyone, and they fight again. It's very similar to how we struggle with tribalism and how we struggle with racism. The last time I looked, we felt, or most Nigerians, because I didn't vote for Buhari, most Nigerians who voted for Buhari said, he will bring change. So we thought tribalism was going away for change, and he has come in and it has erupted again. It's so bad that now the Yorubas, a lot of them are thinking of also leaving Nigeria. See what I mean? So each time we think we've handled these things, it erupts. So it was possible for me to compare this with bed bugs and how we fight bed bugs.
Now, there's so many things to cover. I don't even know how we're going to do this. Okay, so in your novel, the publishing industry got a beating. In American publishing industry in America got a beating. Are you saying that the industry is rigged?
The industry is what?
That the publishing industry is rigged. You know the way Trump says that everything is rigged. Is it rigged? The publishing industry in
absolutely. Racism controls everything in this country. Absolutely. Look, publishing, 90% white, but it's so insular. When you buy a book, you know the name, you see the cover, you see the title. If I find Rudolph Okonkwo in a book, I'm like, yeah, my fellow minority has published, I'm buying that book. Do you ever stop to search for who the editor is? No, we don't care. We want the book. Do you want to know who the agent is? No, we don't care. Who draws that cover design? Okay, who is the publicist? So they have cornered this. And it's a very powerful industry because they shape the stories of other people. Do you know how hard I fought to represent bedbugs in New York City? Many of them didn't want it. Many didn't want it, because they knew it would be difficult for the New Yorkers to see this kind of portrait. But I'm exactly the kind of person who writes like this about African cities, as you could see in Say You're One of Them. And they had no problem reading my book. So why should I come to New York and develop cold feet? No, I gotta write about it. So the place has been rigged. It's racist, and they know it because I have friends there, and I speak to them. I speak with them, and some of them were saying, "Well, if you can write this book, forget about whether people buy it or not. It needs to be there from the perspective of a Black person from outside America." Okay? And Rudolph, you may not know this. In the last 1 year, some of these publishing houses, the big ones, have been encountering protests from their rank and file workers who are tired of it being so white. They want diversity. They want other people, to come in. So they have a problem. It's sad that publishing, because a lot of these editors, they read so many books you won't even believe human beings have the capacity to read so many books in a day or in 2 days. So it's actually like the shrine of civilization, of the promise of education. And yet you find this imbalance and protection of our tribe, our race. So yeah, the book hits everyone. That's what the book does. The book doesn't spare anybody. So it's a satire that cuts. You come here, you are enjoying it now, then it bites you, and you kind of feel it.
Now, yeah. Let me say this. I'll ask you this. African writers. I've tried to talk to many African writers, and I always try to find out how much of what they wrote originally is what gets published. And I said that because I know that African writers, the publishing industry in Africa is not functioning well. And you have to publish abroad before you get any respect at home. So the question is, do people compromise a lot to get published abroad? Do you see that a lot?
This is how I would put it, because you've put the nail you've touched part of the problem, that we are beginning to have the structures back home. We used to have these structures in the 70s and early 80s, when you have like pesetas, books like that were coming out of Nigeria, and a lot of people were reading. But it's difficult for our people, editors back home. A lot of them don't have the resources to actually edit your work. Some do, some don't, and they're not paid well to sit down and do that full time. Okay. When your work comes to the West, you are assured of very good editing. Okay. Now, like the lady who finally took my book, she accepted the fact that bedbugs should be part of this. She accepted the fact that Nigeria should have as much room as America, as I maneuvered what it meant to be a Nigerian coming to the US. And we were able to work together. But there have been a lot of instances, I must say, when and where the editor did not understand what you were trying to do. It is what it is. And you see, these things are very personal. If you read my book, chapter 7, you'll see a satire of how they pick books, how they buy books, what they accept. Chapter 7, even if that's all you read, you'll see, how it is. It's left for the individual writers to fight for what they believe in. And that's what I did. Again, it's not every story that is as contentious as what I was attempting to do here. The editor really helped me because we were on the same page. So she would point something out to me, and it would make sense to me. If if what she pointed out to me did not make sense to me, I would say, oh, whoa, wait a minute. One wonderful thing she did for me was to say, when there are two rape scenes they're too close together. Could you sacrifice one? And I'm like, nope. And she said, okay, what we might do is to to uproot one, take it 25 chapters down the road and, plant it there. Is that something you would be able to do? And it made sense to me, and I tried to do, but I didn't sacrifice, the race stuff. I had to do it. But I can imagine this happens because there's something called the white gaze. They would tell you we cannot even sell this book. So there is, something about you may have to write it in such a way that you get a big contract, you get a fat contract, and this does not happen to us alone. I understand that whenever Salman Rushdie writes about the US, his sales go down. When he writes about India, sales go up. So we are calling for a diverse work, publishing, so that everyone's story is represented. Remember, some of these stories make it into movies. Some of the novels that are written make it into movies. When you were in Nigeria and you were watching John Wayne movies, you see how they portrayed the Native Americans. That's the image we had of the Native Americans, that they were bad people, that the white Europeans who, were doing something good. So there is the danger that if it is not diverse, nobody would, come up with this kind of movies in today's world. No, nobody. Look at how African Americans were portrayed in many movies. That's how we came to think they were useless in Africa. We didn't understand until we came here and saw the truth that these people have been misrepresented by a movie industry that was basically white. So that
all right. Yeah, we're going to get the audience to join us, but while I want you to be answering this while I let them in. You are a best-selling New York Times best-selling author. Oprah picked your book as his book club's choice. What does that mean because most writers, they want to be like you. What does that mean to be a New York Times best-selling author in dollars and cents?
I'm looking for someone to give me money.
No. That's the question. What does it mean for you to be?
You asked and I've answered. You have money to give me. Do you have money to give me? I'm looking
do you still worry about day to day, how to make a living? The way that
I'm teaching
writers. Yeah, I mean, you may be doing that because you like to talk to young people.
No, you don't know that. You don't know that.
I said you may be. No, but how many books do you think you've sold in the last let's say 8 years?
I don't know. I do not pay attention to this, Rudolph. I'm your friend.
You get the checks.
I used to get this 200 years ago.
All right. Let me bring in our guests. So what we're going to do, Uwem wants to just take one question each. So I will let you ask your question. Please make it just a question. If we have the time, we will come for second round, and then of course I will let people out so that we get new people in. Yeah. Let me start with you, Echo. Welcome to the show.
All these people look very serious. Are you coming to fight? Smile.
No, there are some. The smiling ones are there. The serious ones are. Echo, go ahead.
Kene, how are you?
I want to start with saying good morning to all my brothers.
I'm good. Don't mind my face.
It's good to see all of you. Hope you have a great night's rest.
Yeah.
And to my very Dr. Damages, thank you for taking time who want to let us to start telling our stories. Because it is necessary. We have to tell the story for healing to take place. We have to tell the story for those who need to ask for forgiveness, so that we can begin our healing process and begin to build Africa, so that we can become the great continent God has created us to be. Then my question is this: who are those people that define those who are supposed to be the minority group in Africa and the majority group in Africa? Because the truth is this: none of us decided which color we want to come into this world, which group of this define we want to come. So since we do not have control of this, who are those bastards that made us to be minority and majority? Because as far as I'm concerned, black is black. We are first, let me use the word, we are first ordained as Nigeria before we are Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba. So make una tell me, the people, when it define us majority and minority, and what criteria did they use to bring this definition that has turned us to become enemies to ourselves?
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, Uwem, you want to answer each question one by one. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you for your question. You know, there's the issue of culture and language and where people live. These issues sometimes divide us. By the time a Yoruba person and an Igbo person is standing, they're speaking two different languages. This one wants to ballet all the time. This other one wants to do their own thing. When you have resources, people will start thinking, how do I get a piece of this resource? And now people begin to congregate according to certain criteria. So you will also notice this about religion. We are all blacks, but once you say I'm a Christian, this one says I'm Muslim, in a place where resources are scarce, a lot of people are going to find their identity in a group that has values that they imbibe. Okay. Even if you go to Anambra State, which is mostly Christian and maybe traditional believers, you'll see that as Soludo was campaigning to be governor, suddenly the Anglicans and the Catholics were fighting. You don't have Muslim people there in great numbers. Suddenly it became a fight between the Christian churches. So this is how human beings, is part of our human trait that we should try to reduce. As a woman, you will see that sometimes men discriminate against you. They quickly say we are men. We should eat the nyash of chicken, for example. Okay.
I eat that at home. Not because I'm a man, but because I'm the first son.
You see? Is there something for first daughter?
I remember.
Oh, yeah.
Growing up, my mama, he paid fan for not having my father one particular portion. They call family meeting.
Yes, you see. I'm sure now you see how these things are. You know, before you know it, people like Rudolph, if you're not careful, they'll say all the PhD holders should stand here. The rest of us should stand at the other end.
I don't have it. All right. Hecho, thank you so much for your question. Let's go to Kene.
Yeah.
Kene, you're next.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Uwem.
Yeah.
So I would like to start with a brief background before I ask my question. I'll be very brief. In 1966, Tafawa Balewa was a Fulani man, right? Azik Adaka Boro was a student in UNN.
Yes.
And he was a student on scholarship sponsored by the Eastern region of the then Nigeria. So the same Azik Boro was the SUG president at one point at UNN. And before he emerged as the SUG president, he contested for that position twice. And the third time he won. Azik Boro later, during an interview, stated that why he could not win the first and second was because of tribalism, because he's from the Ijaw extraction. But he later won this the third position, the third time, right? Now, let me fast forward it. Tafawa Balewa had issues with NCNC, AG, UMBC. And the prime suspect then was Joseph Tucker, I think, from the Benue side. I think he was a TV guy.
Yeah. So
now, in order to combat NCNC, AG, and UMBC, Tafawa Balewa, a Fulani man, sponsored Azik Boro to begin to cause civil unrest in the then Niger Delta region. And the target was because of the oil discovery, because the Fulani wanted to take over and be in charge of the oil in that region. And Azik Boro was the only person that they could use. So Azik Boro was able to marshal out militants. The then Tafawa Balewa government sponsored Azik Boro and his group with arms and ammunition to cause that civil unrest. Now, this is it. And it happened that another Fulani man by the name Yusuf, he was a CID chief then, revealed the sponsor to those evil civil unrest going on. And Tafawa Balewa was among them. Ahmadu Bello was there. The then premier of the Western region, Okotiebo, was among them. And these people were killed during the coup. Now, the sponsor of Azik Boro and his group, being Tafawa Balewa, was killed, and that angered Azik Boro. And Azik Boro, remember, was the first that declared secession in Nigeria, that declared for secession in Nigeria. He called it Niger Delta Republic. So now you come here to tell us that the Igbos stopped the creation of states of the minorities. I begin to wonder, when did that happen? Who did that? Because when Agu Ironsi took over after the coup, he arrested Azik Boro and jailed him for 2 weeks, later releasing. Azik Boro continued to wage war against the Igbos. Remember, I don't know, during the course of you trying to write this book, if you took out time to interview the elders of the Ijaw elders, and particularly Azik Boro's family, because these people were never in support of Azik Boro's excesses then. His family, his father, the elders of the Ijaw people were not in support of this guy. Now, Azik Boro continued to terrorize the Igbos, being sponsored by the Fulani Caliphate. His brother, during an interview with The Punch, stated that Azik, let me quote his brother verbatim.
Can you know, just summarize it so that we.
Okay. In summary, right? I really want us, if we are looking for money or we are trying to sell our books, we should be truthful in whatever we are putting out there, because this thing might abuse the minds of the innocent against the other. We should not go in search of money with lies and cook up stories. Sorry to say this.
Who is in search of money?
Sorry to say this. There was never a time the Igbos subjugated any minorities. There was never a time any Igbo man stopped the creation of any state in the, I don't know who you call minorities anyway. However, we remember that in 1967, Gowon created 12 states. And that was when most of the current Niger Delta states were created. So I don't know how and when the Igbos stopped the creation of state in
okay,
in
you
Niger Delta.
have spoken for a long time now. Can I come in?
And
yeah,
also,
go ahead.
I want you to tell us when the Igbos killed the minorities. I want you to clarify this. When the Igbos killed the minorities.
Can I, that's enough. Can I, that's enough. Okay. Go ahead.
Now, I want to begin with this because I come in good faith. And I welcome all of you in good faith. You cannot come and begin with an insult to me that, you know, people are looking for money. What money am I looking for? Is this the first book I've written?
No, you stated it here that you're looking for one to give you money. That was what you said. I just quoted.
He was joking.
I didn't want to talk to Rudolph about, you know, my finances. That's
there's a saying in my place in Jakalike, true jokes, you say the truth.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Let me put it this way. Let me go to the one, you know, that I can lay hands on. The creation of the 12 states, which for the first time meant what we call Cross River and Akwa Ibom, which was southeastern state then. You know, it became Cross River later on. Now it's Cross River and Akwa Ibom. And River State, which is Bayelsa and Rivers now. So you had Southeastern and River State. They were part of that 12 states that were created. Okay. The creation of that state was on the 27th of May, 1967. The creation of Biafra was on the 30th of May, 1967. And Ojukwu had said no to this creation within the, you know, the eastern region of the country. He said no, he didn't accept it.
What was his reasons, please?
We don't need a reason. He said
no, we should look at the reasons.
No, what reason?
No, the reason being that the Fulani Caliphate were invading the then eastern region using Adaka Boro. So why would he allow that to happen when his people were being killed every day?
Wait, you had your state. You had your state, the Igbo state. He created minority states for us. And you guys under Ojukwu did not want this. So for the first time, we're going to have our autonomy, our little autonomy. And Biafra said no. So in actual fact, Biafra stopped the creation of that state. Now,
was it Biafrans or Eastern region? When you're saying Biafrans, I wonder.
Let me say.
Can I let the guys finish answering the question? Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
When I say the Eastern region, what instruments did they use to stop this? It was in declaring Biafra. Okay, and they declared Biafra now that they didn't want to be in Nigeria anymore. It was declared on the 30th of May. And these states were created on the 27th of May. Let me finish. Can I please? Let me finish. So what happened was during the war in February 1968, finally Nigeria was able to come in through Oron and Calabar and install a governor, Eswene, in that southeastern state to fulfill that thing they said was the creation of the southeastern state. Now, it took till May, 3 months later, before they could move Biafran soldiers out of Rivers State, out of Port Harcourt, and now installed Diete Spiff. Okay? So look, I don't know what you are disagreeing with here. We've always wanted our autonomy, the minorities. We've always wanted it. So the federal government granted us this. I'm telling you, Kene, it should have been very easy because we were killed in the north, like the Igbos. It should have been very easy for us to come back and have a state. Why was this not possible? Our people said no.
All right. Okay. What will happen is this: if we go around and we still have time, you can ask a different and a follow-up question. Okay. But let's go to Dr. Eberechi. I muted you. We're not hearing you. So let's go to Dr. Eberechi, and then we can come back to you, if we have time. There are other people who are...
Yeah, good afternoon, guys, and welcome, Mr. Akpan.
Thank you, Eberechi.
You know, I was fascinated by your by the discussion you had with Mr. Dr. Damages. You know, I commend you for your publication and for the deserved recognition you have got. I know what it means to. It takes a lot to write a book, especially one that appears to be highly recommended. Now, but obviously the subject of your book, especially the part that you discussed with Dr. Damages, is quite an interesting one, especially, you know, your characterization of Biafra. I thought that was very explosive, and so and there are a lot of people who would listen to this tape and wonder whether you captured the history of the relationship between the Igbos and the minorities very, very well. Because it's a very serious allegation you've levied against a section of the country, and so, and to the extent that you are prepared to defend that is fine. But if you fall short, then that will be a problem. Now, I do know. Obviously, Biafra was fought before I was born, and I'm not really very good at history. But I may be wrong here, but my sense is that the states that were created to undercut the agitations at the time. So it was in bad faith, actually, that the state was created in bad faith to undermine the Biafra agitation. So it makes sense why Ojukwu was at the time, you know, said no. So he could have said no if the state was to be created from Enugu or from Imo State or from whatever. It wasn't because the states the beneficiaries of the creation were minorities. It would have been the same rejection and resistance from him, even if it was to be the Igbos who were the primary beneficiaries of that particular move. So that is my little knowledge of what the opposition to the creation was at the time, right? So, but the question I'm going to ask you, really, very quick one, is, you know, so of course I'm from Imo State. Actually, I'm Igbo, but I grew up in River State, studied in Calabar, in Unical. I spent 5 years of my life in Cross River State. So and so what I have noticed in living in these different parts of the minorities is a kind of a very formidable sense of, you know, resentment that a lot of these minority groups have towards the Igbos. Whether it is if you're talking about politics in the case of Cross River State, I'm talking about the politics of University of Calabar, you know, elections, department departmental elections as well as the university SUG election. In my faculty of laws at the time, I mean, it was quite a lot, but I don't want to go into that. So that's so. Then the university where I lived in Port Harcourt, which is an Ikore enclave. I also saw that level of kind of resentment. So, and I wonder. So I'm asking you, do you is it possible to make a connection between this your research, the findings of your research, and the perception, the current perception that the minorities have towards the Igbo, as I said? That's my question. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Eberechi. If no, I think I'm getting that right. Yeah, you are right. There is resentment. There is leftover pain from Biafra, the war, and all of that. But if you want to go into the history of the politics of universities, you'll discover that in UNILAC, the Yorubas want to always be the vice chancellor. If you go to UI, it's the same thing. If you go to the north, it's the same thing. Look, we've lost that whole sense of that time immediately after independence, where an Igbo man could be the VC of UI and Lagos, and a Yoruba person could be the VC of Meduguri. We have become very tribalistic, and it's a sad thing. Okay, look, in my book, I interviewed a lot of, when you read the acknowledgement, I interviewed a lot of the minorities who said this is what these soldiers came and did to us. Okay, read the book, go and read the acknowledgement. These people are alive, and the stories they're telling, these stories are very sad. And I go to this area of the minority land, it's the same thing. If you speak to some Igbos, they would even tell you what Biafran soldiers did to them during that war. The rape and everything. Okay. Wars are multi-dimensional, events, that you tell one angle, there's always another angle coming, okay? Our minorities went through hell, both from Biafra and from the Nigerian forces. What do you want me to do? Okay, I have no other way of saying this. I have tried to be so generous, and unfortunately, for security purposes, it's only very few Igbo people I've mentioned who gave me information, because they said our lives will not be safe in Igbo land. If you read the book, if you go and read the book, you'll see how many times I've talked about what Nigeria did to the Igbos, what Nigeria did to the Igbos, how the Igbos have suffered, the Igbos who helped me. But I cannot deny our experience. I'm not happy that there's resentment. That is part of why I've written this book. And a lot of Igbos are very thankful that for the first time, they're seeing this in print. Is it painful? Absolutely. But is it leading to a conversation? Now, I want to invite you, my brother, Dr. Eberechi, when you meet minorities, drop your guard just as you have done now, because you've approached this conversation from for me, a very nice angle. I do not feel accused or anything like that. Do the same thing to your minority neighbors or friends and hear what they'll tell you they know about this, this war. So my book is, if anything, my book is laying bare what has been confounding the Igbos. Where is this coming from? Okay? Actually, it was Nnamdi Azikiwe, when he was cheated in Yoruba land, the event of cross-carpeting. He ran to the Eastern House of Assembly, and I think Yoita or somebody like that was supposed to be, and he took over. And that. So, do you think the FIPS would be happy with this? This is a historical fact. And I've seen something here about Isaac Boko. That's not the issue I'm talking about. I'm talking about the creation of 12 states. Okay? This is what I'm talking about. And, you know, Biafra came into existence and said no to these other states. And our people were like, why are you stopping us from having a... We don't want to be part of Biafra. And so the Igbo soldiers were very brutal against our people. Some of the documents are there. You know, there would be no reason for me to, you know, start to act. Our country is tense enough. And let me say this again. I used to be a priest. I served in Igbo parishes. And no Igbo could say I have discriminated against them. In fact, they used to think I was Igbo. I went to so many burials. There was a time I went to anoint a dead, you know, someone who was dying. And this man was like 80 years old. In his last moment, he was like, Biafra, Biafra, bombs, 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 bombs. This talks about the trauma the Igbos suffered. And it was in this context, they started talking, and I said, do you know, we also have our stories. And they said, Father, what? And I started telling them, they're like, what? Wait a minute. We didn't send our soldiers to do this. We didn't know any of this happened. Why are you guys not telling your story or stories? You know, so I invite you to go and read. When you read the book, the acknowledgement, you'll see the number of minorities I have interviewed, what they saw, how their homes were burnt by Biafran soldiers. If you read the book written by Philip Effiong, he even mentions the Igbo soldier who was very much into burning houses, people's homes in Ikorekpene. That is a man who was the deputy of Biafra. So what we need to do, and Mr. Berechi, I like your comportment, engage the minorities. Don't dismiss their stories. Engage them. I still say to you, of all the places in Nigeria, you guys are most comfortable in the minority lands. All this agitation that the North wanted to flush out the Igbos, the Yorubas were not very sure. What did we say to our Igbo brothers and sisters? So we need to have this conversation in a very calm way. Otherwise, you'll be silencing minorities, and this is not acceptable in the world anymore. Anyway, thank you, Eberechi. Rudolph, where do we go?
All right. Thank you so much. Let's go to Man of Prestige. You're next.
I can't hear you.
Man of Prestige.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes,
yeah,
Man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Nice to see you, Mr. Ban. I know you're in the eastern part of America, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rudolph. Yeah, let me begin my summation about what you narrated. I find your story, your narrative to be a little bit of, in my own opinion, okay, this is just strictly my opinion, to be a little bit of misbag. What I mean by misbag, because, you know, you have enlightened us what happened during the Civil War. My dad was a logistic officer during the Civil War, a young logistic officer during the Civil War. So he gave me some information about what happened in the Civil War. So I'm very glad about that, because I'm not privy. In the Nigerian space, we are not privy, we are not educated. There's no history of Nigerian Civil War, which is terrible. You know, that's what the problem we have in Nigeria right now.
Yes.
So having said that, let me go back to my point about your narrative being a kind of a misbag, in my opinion. I mean, you may be right. You may have some of the fact, but I'm a little bit confused when you came out to say that the Biafra committed a lot of genocide to the minority, particularly in the Niger Delta area. That's not the information I have. I heard that most of the people that were killed were from Nigerian soldiers. So my point, where did you get that information from? Did you interview the victim to be able to portray what you just said to her? I mean, I don't have any issue about what you said. I respect you, okay? I'm going to read your book. Definitely, to get more information. But you need to be more factual on what you said, okay? Please, if you don't mind.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Man of Prestige.
Okay.
I've said it again and again, that it took me 30 years. I started thinking about this when I was 19. But I was very scared because I wanted to do exactly what you said now, to get to the victims and their families. But how do you do this? You don't do this by just knocking on somebody's door and said, what happened to you? You do this by building relationships. You do this by getting people who will act as guide as they take you around these foreign territories that are very antagonistic. Okay, so this is what I did. And when you read the acknowledgement to my book, you will see actual names of minorities, like the Bishop of Ikoregbene, the current Bishop of Ikoregbene, Bishop Camillus Umar. He sat me down, he was 10 years old when his house was burnt and he went as a refugee. And he saw what happened and he narrated, look, this is someone who has a lot of Igbo friends. Okay? And I spoke to some women who said when Biafra came into the maternity ward to secure the maternity ward, women in various stages of labor had to scramble. Okay? It wasn't easy for our people. Now, let's look at let's look at it this way. Even the Europeans are denying some of the things they did in Africa when they colonized us. And there are people back home did not know any of this. So they're denying until people started coming up with stories and facts. This has pulled them back a bit. Okay? Even today in racism, white America is denying what they've done to the blacks. So there is this thing about colonization that a lot of people don't think they can do this to other people. Okay? How many people, accept domestic violence? Oh, I did this to my wife. They always deny. How many wives, say, yes, very few. Say, yeah, I'm the first one who punched, him. So we have a story here. And the minorities are saying it wasn't easy for them. And, some of these things are in history books. The only thing is we have never brought these things out and woven this into a powerful, painful narrative. So it's upsetting a lot of the Igbos who were settled in their belief that they were up for self-determination. Okay? If you ask Igbo historians, they'll tell you oil led to this one. Who fought for this oil? Nigeria and Biafra. All of them wanted the oil. Where was the majority of this oil? In minority lands. So once you say that oil led to this war, the next question would be, where was the bulk of this oil? Where are the coastlines of Nigeria? I have no desire to cause tensions in Nigeria. And I've already told you, my candidate is Peter Obi. Biafra is not it. I'm talking about a man who is qualified, who happens to be Igbo and wants to rule Nigeria. And I believe that he would do better than the other candidates. Okay? So I can appreciate how painful this is to many Igbos who are hearing of this for the first time. Okay? This is the thing about the danger of a single story. The Biafran story is the most singular story in Africa. The moment you introduce the minorities into this mix, you find the pain that the Igbos are. We are not saying you didn't suffer. You were bombed for 3 years. Okay? But we also had this happen to us. Now, this is not the first war in the world where the people who were seen as victims have now been discovered to have victimized other people. Okay? Even the American soldiers, the UN soldiers who go to keep peace in distant lands, before you know it, you discover they've been raping people all over the place. That's why you have a lot of Vietnamese Americans running back now to look for their fathers from the men who went to fight in Vietnam. Now, Liberians and Sierra Leoneans are running to Nigeria to find their fathers from our involvement in ECOMOG. The people we sent to stop the carnage there, they are coming out. The children came out of this. People were raped. So I'm saying this is not the only war. Or whenever soldiers intervene, it's always the same thing. Korea, Americans, they raped a lot of women there. Vietnam, they rape. Soldiers rape. When people are at war for 4 weeks, 1 month, 1 year, no sex, what are they going to do? See? Anyway, let me stop there. Thank you, man of prestige. Rudolph, name.
All right. Thank you, Uwem. Let's make it shorter. Just if we can go straight to the question. I know there's need sometimes to give a background, but it's also important to know that I think all of us have an idea of the history. But if there is a need, if you think he's not giving you the right answer, then maybe we can do that. Paul, you're next.
Okay, thank you. Obawo. So I just want to summarize a little bit so that you can help me broaden up my scope, because I'm from also South. My dad, like man of prestige, my dad also tell me some type of stories. I could remember some of the stories my dad tell me, how the South today, what we call South today, how they also got their creation of their state. All right, so let me make it a little bit brief. So I don't want to talk about the River State home, because we've already talked about that. For example, we are talking about the Midwest states now, the old Bendel state. I could remember why they are fighting, because we from that part, we were part of the Southwest. Yes. Kind of, we are part of the Southwest, and nothing is coming from us. The cocoa house, the everything, nothing is coming from us. So when they fight and fought, when they got the Midwest state, that was when we started getting something. And Awolowo were trying to extend the Oduduwa race. For example, these are the things that make you see something like the Olu of Warri. Yes. You understand? Even when Ishekiri is a minor minority, but because of their tongue and tribe, resonate more with the Yoruba people. That's how an Urobo who happen to be majority in Warri, followed by the Jaws, but they make the Shekiri the king, you understand, of Warri, where there's huge oil deposits and the likes. So that is one aspect of it. Then another thing again, when people talk about this Fulani and the likes, why is it that every time with the minority, they always tell us that we resonate more with the Fulanis, with the Hausa, when the Igbos are very close to us? What brought these issues, and why did the issues refuse to take to get end for so long? Because we've never even fought the Igbos. Yeah, you understand? And the Hausa, we never fought the Igbo that would say the Hausa came to rescue us. You understand? So why is it that we never agree with the Biafran thing, which I do know very well from time immemorial? My dad, my uncles, they always tell us that no, we shouldn't go with the Biafrans. So I would like you to throw more light on that aspect, because up to date, and I can even see it from federal government aspect, whenever they want to give positions, whenever the North is in power, I say this passively. So when the Igbo people feel shortchanged, they made you understand that, oh, Rotimi Amechi is an Igbo man. You understand? But they play the politics and still go back and give the Niger Delta juicy position in federal council, and also remind the Igbos who say these people are Igbo. So they give this position like from Delta or Konjo Ewela. If they want to talk, they say an Igbo woman. Even when it fall back now, trickle down to South. That's why the Igbos will feel shortchanged. Then they play politics again, flip it around, and remind them that if you said Rivers and then Delta are Igbos, then they've given you Igbo position, and they feel bad. Can you just summarize it more for me? Thank you.
Paul, if I may ask, so I can situate your question, what is it possible for you to say your ethnicity in the Niger Delta? Because you're asking me about this Warri. This is a,
yeah, I'm an Urobo man.
Oh, okay. Look, the politics of Nigeria is a mess. Because of this war, which, look, I'm tired of this war. because I think the Igbos need to be integrated. And, it seems to me that Jonathan put a lot of Igbos in big positions. Okay. Um, every country should have a sense of, every ethnicity, part of the country, should have a sense of belonging for us to feel good about the country. I still remember when the decision was made to send, the federal cabinet decision was made to send Operation, is it Python, to Igbo land? There was no Igbo person around that table. And for me, that was a no-no, because every other part was represented at that table. I said it at the beginning of this podcast that I'm not happy that the issue of the Biafran war, has continued to be the pretext for cheating the Igbos in Nigeria. And Kwakwanso and Shetima, they made very disparaging statements about Peter Obi a few months ago. He can only hold in Igbo land, so that this is not the Nigeria we want. We want a Nigeria where everyone, belongs. The issue of what was happening before Biafra was declared and how the minorities felt within Biafra has contributed to the sentiment your father told you about, how they felt within Biafra. Not Biafra, within the Eastern.
I am sorry, I will leave now so that others will come in. But I forget one part. Is it true that Ojukwu was very, very authoritarian or very, very rude and arrogant? Because that also, my dad keep laying emphasis.
Yes,
he was very educated and so authoritarian.
Yes.
Okay, Uwem, hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me just announce that for those who have had the chance to ask a question and their question answered, please can you leave so that new people can join? And if we have time for part 2, you can come back. Okay, please. Okay, go ahead, Uwem.
Yeah. He didn't help matters in what he said from time to time. For example, when Ojukwu came to Uyo to sell the idea of Biafra to the minorities, Uyo Stadium, 1967, he said that the minorities would be like polygamous wives in a harem, and the Igbos would be like the husband. People started leaving the stadium immediately, including women. So there were instances like that his powerful oratory skills deserted him. So there were a lot of things that were said that did not immediately want us, make us feel we would be respected and treated well. I know. Let me let other people come in.
Okay. All right. CM, you're next.
Unmute yourself. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. I think I have. Thank you, Rudolph, and welcome to our platform, Akpan. Why Rudolph was talking to Rudolph, quite a lot of things I do not agree with you based on what I've read, what those who participated in what told me, and the experience of even those from the minority side, if I may use that word. When you say like the way what happened to Ndibo in Biafra was exactly something like what the Igbos also did to our brothers, the Anangs, Efik, and the all, maybe Ogunis and all the rest.
Yeah.
I do not believe, and I say this, my former lecturer from Oron, he had to tell me in class, later we were talking. He said they were used as spies and disguised to wear Biafran uniform. When a Biafran is caught, they change into the uniform and use it to perpetrate on their other people. Because the only way you identify is, oh, this person is wearing a Biafran uniform. These are Biafran soldiers marching in our village. Why invariably it is not? It was all a propaganda by the federal side to create that division and that animosity and bad blood at that point in time, such that when the likes of Obasanjo, Benjamin Adekunle, Alani Akinre, they say, you see it, we are trying to liberate you people. These people are killing you. Can't you see their soldiers? Why they are not? So that is one. Now, when you say Biafra is an unqualified evil, it makes me think that
Minority
what you
lands, in
just put down
minority
is
lands.
a
Yeah, in
summary of
minority
wide
lands.
and the imaginary.
Yeah, in minority
Yes,
lands.
it's an unqualified evil in minority land. Yes, in minority land. To me,
Yeah.
it does not detract from the fact that it's like a summary of a and imaginary concoctions. Why I say this is that as a scholar, I want to ask you, have you had in all your research what is called Eastern Region Consultative Assembly? And what role did they play? Given the fact that after 1967, January 5th, 4th to 6th, when they came back from Aburi, something was agreed upon to be done that would have stopped the war. What role did the Eastern Region Consultative Assembly, if you've had it, what role did they play that led to the emergence of Biafra? Remember, they created state on 27th May 1967, and Biafra was declared 3 days later. So what role did the Eastern, who are the constituents? If you can give me the body, who constituted the Eastern Region Consultative Assembly?
Yes, yes.
Against the minorities, we are not carried along. Forget about Okoya Reko. Forget about Okoya Reko and his propaganda. There's a man, let me also give you, there's a man called Ekine who came to London, sent by Gowon, to come and plead at the House of Commons that they are not Biafrans. The man met Nnamdi Kanu in London and he revealed a lot of things to him. So when you write this type of thing without this type of background, integrating it, I wonder if you are not just trying to say, if you are not just, maybe you had a premeditated aim, just to, to stoke up what type of, just to stoke up rivalry, which is unnecessary. That's what.
Okay, let me come in.
Do again. Philip Young Jr.
Yeah.
UK 2 years ago. He wrote a book at the University of Michigan. He said so much about the animosity created because of a minority and who is responsible for that. These are just tales out of moonlight.
Okay. Can I come in now?
Yeah, go ahead, Uwem.
Yeah. Your first part of your of what you said begins to suggest.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
The first part of what you said began to suggest.
Yes, I can.
Began to suggest to me that, are you saying that all through this war, Biafra, not even one soldier abused a minority? Is that what you're contending?
I muted him. If you want him to respond, I'll
because
mute
it's
him.
not possible that soldiers can go into a territory and not abuse anyone. This is why soldiers are deployed outside the country. That is why we were heartbroken that Operation Python was sent to Igbo land, because they will shoot, they will abuse. I ask you to go to a place called Tumbo Sagbama in Ijoland, and they have a festival in October every year. Let them tell you what happened when Biafran soldiers came to their own small kingdom, the abuses. They're telling these stories. They have a festival. Okay? So I'm not going to say Nigeria did not use propaganda. People use propaganda during wars. I'm not going to say Biafra also did not use propaganda. Look, CM, Nigeria has never accepted doing what they did to the Igbos. I hope you know this. They deny up till today. Nigeria. But we know better because we have parents, we had grandparents who saw what they saw. It's the same way the Igbos are going to deny what was done to us. Nobody easily accepts war crimes. Okay? I'm not someone in search of fame or whatever. It doesn't appeal to me. My first book did very well. It wasn't about Biafra. It was about other things about Nigeria. I've decided to write this book to clarify some things about our country. And if you read the book, you'll see how many times I have said what happened to the Igbos. I've also told you where there are loopholes in the story. Okay, why did the minorities of the Niger Delta not want to go with the Igbos? There's a reason. And if our Igbo brothers and sisters would sit back and ask their neighbors, what happened? What did your parents tell you about this war? Then we'll come to a closer picture. Again, this is why I came up with an acknowledgement that actually captures the voices of people being interviewed, and I've traced it down to Benin City, where Biafra went, into Nigeria and did what it did. And I'm contending that what ended this war was because Biafra invaded Nigeria, killed 11 Italians, oil workers, accusing them of sabotage. And the West stood up and canceled Biafra. This is what ended the war. It wasn't because Igbos were dying, minorities were dying. No, Ojukwu messed with white blood. And the war finished from that point on. The war finished 6 months after that because the Western power said, you were saying self-determination. Why have you killed 11 Italian soldiers? Ojukwu did not stop there. He abducted 19 Europeans and Arabic people and said they were on death row, they were about to be killed. And Europe left the dead and begged for the living. As soon as Ojukwu released those people, senators in America, European leaders no longer supported Biafra. They now signal to Nigeria. This is how the war ended. So Biafra was not this innocent thing that has been presented. There's no place, CM, I will challenge you to name a place on earth that foreign soldiers went into and they didn't abuse people. It doesn't happen. It's the nature of soldiers. So when Buhari was saying, oh, these are Nigerian soldiers going into Igbo land, Operation Python, I said, no. Soldiers are not trained to be merciful. That's why you don't deploy them. And we suffered from Biafra. We also suffered from, Nigerian soldiers. And the thing about consultative, assembly, Achebe did say himself in his book, tell me whom Ojukwu got permission from to go to war. And there's a story that, some of our 13, is it 13 people from this consultative assembly were forced to sign off. You need to speak to some of the family members of these people. I'm not at liberty to release names because it's an emotive thing. I've been so careful, and I'm telling you, CM, I'm telling you, my Igbo brothers and sisters, a lot of Igbos helped me with this research. That's why I was able to go to Igbo land and ask questions, because I had people who thought this story deserved to be heard. I had people who had spoken to their minority neighbors and were hearing things. So I leave this. It's not important that you believe me. It's not important that you buy my angle of the story. If you continue to think Biafra was this innocent thing that didn't torture anyone, even in Igbo land, if you read Chimamanda's book, you'll see that Biafra was raping even Igbo women. Okay? It wasn't this innocent thing that has been presented. Okay. I think a woman.
Yeah, there we have, Rohan.
Damages. A woman has finally come on the scene. I see my sister Ije Diaz. Maybe you give her. Yes.
Yeah, we'll get to her. We'll get to her. Rohan, you're next.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Thank you very much for coming. Mr. Akpan Uwem.
Yes.
Thank you, fellow panelists. I never intended joining, but when I started watching the presentation, I said, okay, let me just try and be part of it. I listened to the background when you guys were discussing with Dr. Rudolph. So that actually captivated my attention. But before I dive into that, I would like to speak to the issue that Kene raised about the caliphate, Tafawa Balewa Fulani, because there's a mix-up there. And because there's a mix-up there, I will not be able to accept the facts he was presenting. So that, so Tafawa Balewa is from the northern part of the country. But Tafawa Balewa is not a Fulani man. I just want to clear that.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Then my question will be from the researches you've made and the hard work you've put in writing that paper. I will want you to talk more about the Nigerian soldiers from the northern part of the country and possibly the minorities, if you've actually carried out any work on that in relation to this book.
Yeah. I interviewed a lot of Nigerian soldiers. As I've said in my book, look, a lot of Nigerian soldiers are also in pain because this is not the Nigeria they fought for. They're also, you see, the way this thing is presented, we don't know that there is pain in northern Nigeria. They lost their breadwinners. People became orphans. People became widows. Someone like, what's his name? Helen Abila, who is a fellow writer, is from, I think, Gombe. He was telling me when the war began, that's the year he was born. When the father came back 3 years later, he became this angry man that he could not really relate with. So the war affected him. He came from northern Nigeria. So I have been going around Nigeria asking questions. What was the war for you? Where was your dad? What happened? Okay. The thing is, people from other parts of Nigeria have been reluctant to write about this war. Yes. Look, when Sani Abacha was in power, he sent northern soldiers who were not very educated to go and wipe out the Ogonis. This is 1995. He told them they were fighting in Cameroon. So these soldiers came, they started dealing with the Ogonis. Then it became clear to them that this is Nigeria. They were heartbroken. You see how the politics of Nigeria is? Okay, the Igbos felt the Ogonis, Sarawiwa, had betrayed them during the war. But the same Igbos were there to help the Ogonis when Abacha attacked them. Where did the Ogonis go to hide? Igbo land. So, people are good-hearted. They want to do the right thing. The Igbos did not say because Ken Saro-Wiwa did what he did, you got what you deserve. No, a lot of the Ogonis ran to hide in Igbo land when their land was in siege. And Abacha never thought that was possible. So I say this to show that with good conversations like this, listening to your neighbors, being the good Muslim, the good Christian, we can rescue this country. Okay, this is my belief. If I didn't believe this, I would not even bother with a book like this. Okay? Because my Igbo brothers have been asking, why are you people not joining Biafra? Why are you not? And they could see, how can 60 million people be wrong and not join the bandwagon to establish Biafra? It means there is a break in the narrative. And they're beginning now that the minority have a book in hand, they're beginning to say, read this book. My father told me this. This was this. This was that. So I appreciate the fact that I think you are the only person so far who is not Igbo here, who came to this thing to ask a different question from another part of the country. Look,
yeah. Excuse me. Why I ask is because I want to know your own perception.
Yeah.
With respect to the research you've conducted, because to an extent, there are some certain informations that we don't get to know. We need to get to know it when we interact with each other. But if we don't interact with each other, we wouldn't know how we feel. Because even in the north, there were a lot of damages, but there were no compensation. There were no compensation.
It's true. You see, a lot of people in Nigeria, even in Yoruba land, they think Biafra is only Igbos. They think I'm a version of Igbo. They don't know that you have like 30 minorities that were in Biafra. How many tribes, how many ethnic groups do I know from the north? There are like 250 of them. If you ask me, I have no idea. Once I say Nupe, Fulani, Hausa, Tif, I've run out. But these people exist. Do I know their stories? No. The Igbos are lucky. They are fortunate that they have real world-class writers who constantly put their issues before the world. Who is going to compete with Achebe? Who is going to compete with Chimamanda? Okay, but think of other people. They have their stories. They're not able to get it out. The Beninese, before Biafra was flushed out of Benin City, they quickly established a country for the Midwest, Republic of Benin. Why would you? You've not even succeeded in having a country yourself. You go and declare a country. Did the Beninese ask you for a country? So there were a lot of abuses. Do you know what it means to suddenly come to my area, rape, kill, plunder, and then turn around and say, I declare a country for you? Yeah. So a lot of things went wrong. And if we don't speak up, we would not know where to go with this country. I believe in restructuring. Okay? Anyway, Rudolph, I'm waiting for my sister, EJ. Yes.
Yeah, we're getting to her. Noble, you are next. Unmute yourself, Noble, please. Noble.
He's not hearing you. Unmute. Yes.
Okay, he did.
Yes. You've muted yourself.
Press it. Don't press it. It's okay. Now it's okay.
Yes.
Now, thank you so much, ladies. I'm fine, sir. Mr. Akpan.
Yes.
Mr. Akpan, I will first of all wish to thank the moderator, who is Dr. Damage, for organizing such educative get together to review some of the things that we all should know that have placed us in a divisive structure as a people, divisive relationships between the so-called South-South, Southeast. First, let me start to ask Akpan. I want to ask Akpan one question. In 1966, before I go to 1945, I will ask you, in 1966,
Noble, we limit it to one question. So pick the best question, Pick your one question. Yeah.
Okay. I will keep that question now and digress so that I can be able to get it out completely. In 1945, you, my brother in the Niger Delta was killed, Igbos were killed and massacred, more than 600,000 in the north. In 1952, the same killing. In 1966, over 700,000 to 800,000 South Niger Delta Igbos were all killed in thousands. Come in 1982, they killed. 1985, they killed. You came to each section of election that passes, they kill people. If Muhammad is caused in Pakistan or caused in Uzbekistan or wherever, or in Thailand or in US, they kill the Igbos. And they kill also you, being my brother from the Middle Belt. I will keep it that way. Now, what made Ojukwu to declare Biafra was the killing they killed in 1976.
66.
19, no. Before, not 96. 1976, before the declaration of Biafra.
No, 66.
Noble, what's your question? We know the date. Noble, just go to your question.
Hold on. 19, when was Biafra declared? Please.
67.
Thank you. Before Biafra was declared, you knew that there was a coup that was conducted by different regions, both the northern, both the Yoruba, both the Igbo, both the Niger Delta, so-called Niger Delta. All of them came together, they conducted a coup, and that coup was labeled an Igbo coup. Were you aware? And when did that happen?
Is that your question, Noble?
Yeah, that's the question.
Okay, all right. So when you can answer the question.
The first coup was 15th of January, 1966. And
Not the first coup.
It's the first coup that was called Igbo coup.
Okay. Noble, we have to.
Either the first coup or second coup, that's not important. The point I'm making here is this. Let me digress. The point I'm making here was a coup was done and it was labeled an Igbo coup. Your people were killed and our people were killed. And our people...
Yeah, I get your question. Let me try and answer. Because
don't worry. Let me continue with what I'm saying.
Noble, we have to go. We have a lot of people who are waiting to ask questions. So just give us the question.
I have asked him that question. He told me that was the first coup. I said, okay, there might be misunderstanding.
I will answer it anywhere I know. Let me tackle it. Let me answer it.
Okay, let me proceed. That's a point I want to make.
This cannot go on now. The man is wrong.
Noble, we have to leave it. I wanted you to. I said to you, ask one question, and you were going. Let's move on.
Let me answer.
Okay, go ahead. Uwem, go ahead.
Let me answer.
Go ahead.
The thing about Igbo coup. That's the January 15th coup, 1966. That's the first coup. You are calling Igbo coup. Do you know any Igbo leader who was killed in that coup? Was anybody killed in Eastern Nigeria in that coup? Nobody. That's why people say it was an Igbo coup. No Igbo was killed. Ezekiel was tipped. He went abroad. He kept roaming Europe. When the coup did not happen, he went to the Caribbean and kept roaming. So when the coup happened, the whole country was very excited because there was a lot of corruption. And people thought soldiers were coming to clean the Augean stables. It was 3 days later that people started hearing that no Igbo leader was killed. That poisoned the situation. That's all I want to say about that. It poisoned the situation.
But Uwem, do you think that that characterization is right? If we are saying that that if people didn't have a meeting, the people that planned the coup didn't consult Igbo people, quote unquote, the Igbo people. These are army officers that went out there to plan a coup. Is it right to characterize it as Igbo coup? Even though you are what you said, the point about people who were killed and people who were not killed.
Yeah, it's not my characterization.
I know. But it's repeated.
Yeah. I'm just answering. If you read my book, you'll see an answer to that question. And what I said was, the Igbo masses did not have a meeting to send these people to kill leaders from other parts of the country. I've said that clearly. The unfortunate thing is, a lot of the people who have come here have not read the book. I've said the Igbo masses who were slaughtered along with the minorities in the north did not sit together and have a meeting for this to happen. Okay? But you would appreciate that, you know, the planners, the key people in the coup, let me finish. The key people in the coup were mostly Igbos, the officers. Okay? Now, this thing happened, and since nobody was killed among the Igbos, the rest of the country became inflamed. By the way, when you look at other issues, are you going to tell me that everybody in Europe came together and said, let's go and colonize Africa? No. It's usually a group of people from a certain part who go to do things, and the other people are branded. This is how, this is why I'm saying we must sit together, talk, get rid of the pain of these coups, these wars, and everybody should have a stake in the Nigerian Federation. Look, the Yorubas who even joined the North and fought this, are they happy in Nigeria today? No, they're not happy. This is not the Nigeria they fought for.
We are not happy.
Yeah. This is not the Nigeria they fought for. I've told you, I've interviewed former Nigerian soldiers, and a lot of them are very upset. This is not what we fought for. We didn't fight so that a certain section of the country would now take over the whole of Nigeria. So there is a problem. If you happen to hear my version of the story, then it should contribute to the national dialogue. I'm not saying believe me, I'm saying talk to your minority brothers. I know that in 1945, Igbos and minorities were slaughtered. I know periodically, it's like every 2 years, something happens in the north and we are slaughtered. Okay? I don't find comfort in this. Look, as a priest in Lagos, every 2 years, those who flee from the north will come and be part of my parish. You spend an inordinate amount of time consoling them, looking for resources for them to begin again. You see? So I'm not happy with Nigeria. I'm not happy. I'm not, I'm looking for how can we make this work? And today I'm saying, I believe Peter Obi, in my opinion, may be the one to, begin to plan this so that we can go forward.
All right. Thank you, Uwem. Let me come to Chibuzo. Chibuzo, you're next. Make it brief. Just your question. No statements.
Yes.
Sorry, Noble. We have a lot of people. People are trying to join us. We can't go back. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Can I just finish?
Yeah.
No, Noble. No, we don't have that time. Sorry. Go ahead, Chibuzo. Chibuzo, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Good day, everyone listening. Good day, the panelists and everybody. Anyway, I just there was a lot of things I wanted to say about Biafra, about whatever happened during what caused this war. Because of a number of things the gentleman have said there. Because Nigeria, before that coup took place, there was a number of people they're supposed to
We can't hear you very well. Chibuzo, can you come close to your
Okay, can you hear me now?
That's better. Yeah, and try to ask your question. No speeches, so that we can get to. We have to round up. He has to go.
No, I want to come from different angle entirely, because what we are running is to make Nigeria a better place. I want to ask the gentleman just a simple question: why our taps of water are not running in Nigeria? Is it because of leadership failure? Is it because of fraudulent government that come to power? Is it lack of fund? Is it lack of leadership failure? Why our tap of water are not running around Nigeria? And these are the part of revenue any government can generate. Why government are not investing in this? What are your take on that question?
Okay,
Why our tap?
Okay, thank you, Chibuzo. It's failure of leadership. That's what it is. Look, if you travel around Africa, I'm not talking outside Africa. When the people of Namibia hear, for example, that Nigeria has no permanent, electricity, they are very scandalized, because they've been having this for 30 years. In Africa, I'm talking about in Africa. So here are we saying we are the giants of Africa, and we are not able to get this to work. We are still operating as tribal, ethnic enclave, religious enclave. Most leaders, when they get in, they only think of doing something for their ethnic groups.
They are not doing anything, sir. They are not doing anything for the ethnic groups, sir.
Okay. I accept. When they get in, they think of doing something for themselves. Does that help?
Yeah, it helps.
Okay. So there is a problem then in that kind of arrangement. When Nigeria started as an independent nation and we had the 3 regions, things were working better than now because there was a healthy competition. Now, with the coming of oil, everyone went towards oil. And the idea of let's control the center. Now, we need to go back to restructuring so that if Owerri, Onitsha Road is bad, the state government there would repair that road and send the bill to the federal government. Simple things like that should be done locally. This was how it was before the coups. Police was...
No, you didn't get my answer very well. This question I asked you, the federal, are they the ones going to tell the state government, local government, to invest in water infrastructure to the people? Who have that authority? Who finance those authorities? Who enforce them? Because I asked a question, why our tap of water are not running in Nigeria? They just say, what happened in that system? Is it federal problem? Is it a state problem? Who problem is it? Or local government?
And what I'm saying to you is that the constitution is skewed, that the federal government is even trying to still take over things. They now want to come up with water resources bill, meaning they'll take over all the rivers in the country. And I'm saying to you, it's bad leadership. You see, before the coups and the war, what we had was the GRAs. They had pipe-borne water. What should have happened would have been to develop, lay the pipes, plan the cities. But we failed. There's a leadership problem. Now we have a lot of population and we don't really know what to do with this because it's not organized. Okay?
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move quickly. Ijoma, you're next.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, Mr. Akpan. And I'm very, very glad that you came on the show today and to discuss this Biafran and all these issues. My question to you is, have you experienced racism in the West?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the difference? How can you differentiate the two from racism in the West ethnic and tribal problem in Nigeria, which is causing a very big havoc. We can experience it now in this election. Proudly, you have mentioned very clearly that it's not about Biafra, rather it's about Obi, because you have made the points why you supported Obi. So please, can you give a very clear explanation or clarification the difference between racism in the West, which people live with it, in as far as they have experienced racism there, and the difference between ethnic and tribal, and people are not letting go. Please, can you explain? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
When before you start, can you tell Lijama that I asked that question too? So I think I know she came in late.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. You can answer the question.
Yeah. Please, where are you at this point? What's your location?
I'm based in Germany.
Okay. So, Ijoma, I live in the US. Rudolph lives in the US. I am telling you without, I don't know where I've seen UK, I've seen Malaysia. I'm telling you without fear of contradiction that if Nigeria worked, we would all be back there. So this ethnic thing that has led to the destruction of our country, that the shame that we Black people came together and asked the whites to leave. And somehow we are not able to run our affairs the way we thought we should. Now, the white people did not totally leave. They still control the levers. But I can't blame them for everything. You see, there are still things our leaders should have been able to do. Okay. And we've seen some state governors actually do better than others in office in helping their people. So there is a problem back home that makes all of us very sad. Okay, because we are all Blacks and we are dying, we are crying of racism in the West. Okay? We want to go back home and be among our and take all the intellectual resources we've learned to develop our country. Okay, this is why I'm like, if Obi comes in, I hope he will begin to point us towards that direction. It's not going to be a magic wand. It's going to take a bit of time, but it's a beginning of, I hope, a new spirit. Look, I don't know Peter Obi personally, so don't think I am doing all of this. I am someone who doesn't go near politics, okay? But this is what I am saying. Anyway, I've answered that question, and racism is very formalized and structured. Tribalism is not that from like theories of tribalism. Okay. If you read my interview, I have an interview in the cable newspaper. If you go to my website, uwemakpan.com, you'll see those. I've given a more complete answer to your question. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Tunde, you're next.
Yes.
My question almost want to go in that direction, but not. My question is directly to Nigeria, and we all know how, like, all this school, the war, and all that took place in those days. But my own now is that we need to leave the past in the past and move forward, because if we don't move forward, it will affect the future.
Yes.
So, and the politicians in Nigeria does not want people to move forward. They don't even want the youth to move forward. You said something like when they get into power, they help their region. They don't help anybody. Good. If the Hausas have been in power for years and they have been helping the North, by now Nigeria will have moved forward. They keep the northern part of Nigeria in darkness and enslave them completely so that they continue to use them as a game. So my question is, how do we get out of this? Because if there is no way out of it, that country will break. Now, I hear a lot of people saying, if you are a Yoruba man like me, and because I have so many of my people at home, I've told them, you vote Peter Obi, you have a price. I don't know Peter Obi like you said, but it is foolishness. if I can use that word, if anybody can hear it from my mouth, I'm a Yoruba man. See my name. My last name is Alake. You understand that? That's a pure Yoruba name. But it is foolishness for Hausa to have ruled us since 1999, Yoruba, and we said Igbo cannot do it, but Igbo can be vice president. That is foolishness. Among all of them that are contesting, this man is the most educated and, wise, young, that can move around the country. You understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I understand.
But because of sentiment, Igbo did the Biafra war. What is Biafra war? To hell with Biafra war. The man that led Biafra war is dead. It is gone forever in Nigeria. But some people are still like, he's a Yoruba man. He's a Yoruba man. He's a Hausa man. How are we going to get out of all that and forget Biafra and all these things? Let's put someone that we think he can try. That's what the guy said. He's not coming to do, he's not a messiah, but he said he wants to come and try. How are we going to get out of all this sentiment of tribal, this war and that war? What is the way forward? That's my question.
Mr. I need me to say something here.
No, H.O., no. Tunde, thank you so much. Go ahead, Uwem.
Yeah. Here is Tunde. Thank you very much. You see, I think if the Igbos and the Yorubas have that handshake across the Niger, we might come close to solving a lot of the problems in Nigeria. Remember, suddenly, southern governors met for the first time. The northern governors have been meeting, right? It wasn't a problem. Suddenly, all the governors in the South, Yorubas, Igbos, minority met, and the northern governors were like, you shouldn't be meeting. What are you talking about? See, we have to be united. The northern governors have been meeting. This thing of population, which has been used to allocate resources. Who told you we are 200 million people? How is this thing counted? Each time there is population, there's a census. The federal government would have their own people. The state government will have their own people. Do the figures ever match? No. So why can the two groups not go together? You see the politics? So I'm tired of the war thing. I'm exhausted, like you, Tunde, and I don't want another war. So I keep saying, and Wole Soyinka has said, and now this is a man who was locked up for 1.5 years for saying Nigeria should not go to war with Biafra. He was locked up, punished. He has come out to say we should sit together and talk about some of these matters, get rid of it. We've never done it. So if we had done it, minorities would have been able to tell you a long time ago, this is what happened. We suffered from Biafra and from Nigeria. We were caught in between. Okay, look at the thieves who joined who fought, the Middle Belt people fought gallantly for the Nigerian army. Look at their situation now. Are they not being slaughtered? So we have a lot of problems we have to deal with. And, I'm glad you guys are on this platform. It's not important that you believe everything I said or continue to say. It's important that you engage your minority brother and sister, whom you know, and say, what happened? What do you think? Then you'll get to hear that side, of the story.
All right. Thank you.
For what, 2.5 hours?
Yeah, more than 2.5 hours. We end that. Let me get the people who are here, who are yet to ask any question. Then we can say thank you. I know you've said more than you promised us. You agreed to. John Abba, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Rudy and brother Akpan.
John Abba, we can't hear you. Your line is very bad.
Okay, then I'll connect back.
Try again. Yeah. Allah, you are next.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. Owen, congratulations for the work you did. I assume it wasn't easy for you to do. Congratulations. I have been listening to this. I realize some of these things are more like your opinion, the way you present them, but I might be wrong as well, believing that. But just a question I want to ask you. Can you tell me why? Can you tell me why if I have lost count of the number of times you use the word minority. I've lost count. I tried to count it initially, but I've lost count. Can you just tell me why you are said to be a minority in a country you call your own? Why are you calling yourself a minority in Nigeria? Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. It's not difficult for me. In Nigeria, we have 3 big ethnicities: Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. Okay. These are the majorities. Okay. These are the appellations of social scientists. Okay. My group is very tiny. Even when you come into the minority areas, the Jaws are a lot, followed by the Bibius. Okay. Now, the rest of us are very tiny. Okay. So, when social scientists write about this, they call the 3 major groups majorities, and we are called minorities. Now, the issue of minorities came up a long time ago, before the independence of Nigeria. What do we do with the minorities? There's something called, I think, Willingston or whatever report, that the minorities were uncomfortable because they were not carried along. So whatever I call myself, I know we are not many. And when you are not many, you suffer, because it's a game of numbers in some situations. It's a game of numbers. If Jonathan was not able to convince the Igbos to go with him, that's how he got the block of votes. And then Obasanjo also got the block. Atiku got the block. So I wouldn't want a lawyer. I wouldn't want to be a minority, but that's what I am. My people are not many. I'm telling you, we are not that many. That's where it comes. If in the UK there, when people ask you, what are you? You say Igbo. Igbo is a known name, worldwide, known ethnicity. The next group is a Yoruba, Hausa. If you say you are thief, people look at you, what? If you say you're Ogoni, they say, what? If you say you're Ejagan, what is this? So it is what it is.
Sorry, what do you call?
Right. No.
What would you call the?
Doze, you're next, please. Unmute yourself, Doze. We have about less than 7 minutes. Unmute yourself, Doze.
He's not listening. Doze.
Yeah, Doze.
Unmute.
He's very happy he's talking to you.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone.
Nice to have you.
Pastor, good evening. How are you doing?
Okay.
Yeah. Is it for questions or just can I make a statement? Because I'm not a politician.
Just for questions. You can hang out after this to make a statement. When he leaves, he has to go. But we hang out a little bit after this to make statements.
Okay, Pastor, my question goes to you. Because if I ask CM will answer my question directly and very simple. I've been listening to him. So, Pastor, I just wanted to explain this to me. We're all Black people, and you live in United States, with Rudolph as well. I live in UK. All of us here, we know that we cannot create a nation united in Europe and America. And we have accepted what was created for us in our own land, and we are fighting for it every day, killing each other. Does that make sense? As Black people, we have been described and defined in different manners, in different ways. We have been called so many names, black monkeys and whatever. Does it still make sense for us to carry on fighting for all these things, for what a white man created for us in our own land? Does that make sense, like Black people? Does that show that we are really reasonable?
Yeah,
and
right.
And again, I've not finished the question. Again, don't you think it will make sense? Don't you think it will make very good sense that before we can talk about Nigeria or start fighting about Nigeria, we're supposed to first of all ask ourselves, what is Nigeria and how did it come into existence and who created it and what purpose?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you.
I hear you. Look, your sentiments, where are you calling from, please?
I live in UK. I'm calling from UK.
Okay. Your sentiments are exactly my sentiments. I said it at the beginning, when you are in the diaspora, your mind is divided into two. You are trying to survive the racism in the West, which is very painful. You are also trying to survive the tribalism in Nigeria because most of our people are back home. Okay? So, you see, let me start from even talking about Barcelona and Spain. Barcelona has been fighting to get out of Spain and have their own country. The world powers have blocked it. Who are these world powers? They are the people who won the Second World War. America, Russia, China, UK, and France. To have any country, any new country, these 5 people have to sign off. They were killing people in Barcelona, the Spanish government, they ignored them. For you to get a country these days, it's like you have to fight like Sudan for 30 years before they say now, take what we are giving you. Now, like you, Dozier, why can't we sit together? These killings in our country now, the white man is not the one holding the knife to slaughter people. Okay, immediately. It's black, our black people are doing this. How can we now sit together and say enough, and then make sure that the military represents everyone? Because what is happening now is the military is supporting this. And the military has been placed in the hands of one tribe, one ethnic group. So I am very, pained, like you, Dozier, like all of us, because look at it this way. Rwanda has just had their own genocide. They have a leader who is bringing them together, and they're doing well in terms of order and growth and jobs and what. When we do this in Nigeria, people will forget some of these tribal ethnic sentiments. Because the truth of the matter is, the very poor people who go out to die for the big shot from their tribe, they get nothing.
I understand, but my question is that how can you build on a platform that you don't know how it was formed? We need to redefine ourselves.
Yeah, I agree with you. We should sit together and discuss this country exhaustively. If we want to, pull apart, we do. We can agree and say, okay, we are not the first country that has, gone, into different countries. Okay, but the way look, I want peace like you do for your people, my people, everybody to have a sense of belonging. Because what is happening now is, look, the money we send home, we in the diaspora, I understand that money is more than the national budget. So we, the diaspora people, we have a lot of stake in the country. So conversations like this, and I wish a lot of people had come from the north to listen. that a lot of people had come from the minorities. Look at all the people who have you seen any Anang person?
One last question before you go. I will let on behalf of all the people who are looking for a second chance to follow-up question, I'll ask Kenneth to ask his question. There's something he wants to clarify. I know. Kenneth, go ahead.
So isn't like a direct question, but I just want to clarify some things. Thank you, Mr. Uwem. I wasn't attacking you. I didn't attack you, and I wouldn't attack you. But just that, I just detest that one-sided story. And during the Biafran War, right, my grandfather was a police chief. My uncle was one of the military, not a chief, but he was, I think, on the rank of colonel or something. He was killed in Newly Airport during the war. So I know about the war, very well. My dad was forced into the Biafran soldiers, but he escaped, though his elder brother couldn't escape, so he joined the war. And this is it, right? Yes, Biafra was declared in 1967, but prior to that, there's this thing they called cause and effect. For every action, there must be equal and opposite reaction, right? So before then, 1966, the oil in the today's South was the primary problem. The northern elite wanted the oil at all costs. In short, matter of fact, they want to be in control of the oil. And the eastern region, yes, thank you. The eastern region then was against that. And for them to be able to invade and take charge of the oil, they had to work with some people from that region. And Isaac Boro Adaka was picked. Isaac was only 27 years old. He was armed and he had a team of militia to work for him. So on the realization of this move, with the fact that there was also a crisis in the Western region and some other corrupt officials in the military and civilian sectors, the then government couldn't do anything because they were part of the corruption. However, some I would call it educated military personnel, decided to lay the coup. And this is a Nigerian coup, not Igbo coup. And in that coup, yes, a lot of northern leaders were killed. Let's not forget that the likes of Colonel Chinyere Unebu is also an Igbo army officer. He was killed. Colonel James Odo was an Igbo officer. He was killed in the same. So I don't know why people try to paint it as if it was an Igbo coup against the northern officers. No, Igbos were killed also, though Nnamdi Azikiwe escaped it because he was out of the country. Now, so in order to stop northern takeover of the oil, the Agu Yuronsi arrested Isaac Boro Adaka and sentenced him for 2 weeks, and after 2 weeks he released him. But this continued, and before.
Please ask the
Remember that the Niger Delta Republic was declared on 23rd of February 1966. This was a year before Biafra was declared. So when you want to claim or paint the picture that the Niger Delta people wanted a state and an autonomy, but the Igbos refusing them, I don't know where that is coming from, because these are the same people that declared Niger Delta Republic in 1966. So on this, there is no fact there. There is no honesty in that claim. So please, if we want to put out stories, let it be a honest story. We should not feed our children with false stories.
Thank you. Let me quickly say this. If there is a one-sided story about the Biafran War, it has been the story told by the Igbos over and over and over again. The Yorubas here would bear me witness. The Northerners here would bear me witness. The minorities would bear me witness. The fact that you've not heard our own means you guys have been listening to your story non-stop, repeatedly. Now that something else has shown up, it destabilizes the polity. 1. 2, I have said to you, Isaac Adaka Boro wanted to create the Republic of the Niger Delta, okay, to get out of Nigeria completely. Who stopped him? I've mentioned the two illustrious sons of Igbo land who stopped him. They did this because they were going for one Nigeria. They thought Nigeria was a place they could, rule and believe in. What I'm saying is 1 year later, when the federal government created 12 states that involved minority states, Biafra was declared because the Biafran hierarchy, the Igbo hierarchy, did not want this. And therefore, we couldn't have our state. We were forced to be in Biafra. You have said to yourself that your father was forced to join the Biafran military and he escaped. Is that
it was a normal, it's a normal norm during the war.
Yes, and I'm saying, do you know how that feels when you come into minority lands, people who didn't want Biafra, and you force us to be Biafra? That's colonization.
No, they were part of the Eastern region. So the
Eastern region, we didn't want to be in Biafra. You see, you have just implicated yourself. Your father was forced, and he didn't want it. But you say it's a normal norm, but your father is Igbo. This is an Igbo thing. Now, you come into my region where people were celebrating the announcement of their new states, and you force us to join Biafra, and those who did not join were killed? What else do you call this except colonization? Look, what has been going on is this. Our Igbo brothers and sisters are like the rest of Nigerians. There's tribalism in our country. Every tribe, every ethnic group is very tribalistic. Believe you me. So nobody can be excused from this. Even white people who have been studying, being educated over time, they're very racist. So this is what I am saying. And why can I please take my book and read and see the interviews I have granted to people who experienced what happened to them. I've gone around. Ask yourself, why would I even put myself in this thing? Are you going to say that Biafra never killed, tortured, or raped minorities? Are you able to submit to that?
Yes. Because the Biafran soldiers were fighting Nigerian soldiers, not minorities. They were fighting Nigerian soldiers. They were not in any war with the minorities.
They were not in minority lands? Were they not in minority lands?
Pardon me?
Were they not in minority lands?
No, Biafrans were in the Eastern region.
They came to minority lands.
All right. We'll continue this conversation after this.
Ruby, can I ask a question now?
No, Janaba, we are gone. Uwem, thank you.
Let's take Tosin. That's another. I'm looking for somebody different. Then I go. Tosin last. Then I go.
Okay, Tosin, you are the boss. Tosin, yeah, Tosin.
So
Janaba is from Janaba is Idoma. Tosin. Tosin has no question for you. Tosin is interested in watching.
Then you allow John Herbert to throw in a question.
I will not answer a question, and I will not answer a question. Is that the minority game?
Janaba is minority too. Janaba, okay, go ahead.
Okay, Janaba.
He's from Benue State.
Doctor, even in Benue, I'm even a minority. Benue never be
That is why I said there are only two tribes in Nigeria: the tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors.
All right, John Abba, go ahead.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Rudy, and thank you.
You see, you don't even have a good internet. What are we gonna do to you?
It's in Nigeria.
No, it's not. It's
I don't have
Dallas.
a good internet. Are you saying
what happened?
You can't hear
What
me?
happened? You went off now. Yeah, go ahead.
It's an attack. It's a spiritual attack.
All right, go ahead, John Abba.
All right. Thank you so very much, Dr. Rudy, and thank you, our honorable guest. This platform is full of knowledgeable people, and you can see how my brother, Kenneth, my younger brother, he likes trouble, so it's all right. So thank you for what you do for the country and for bringing the story out. And then I'm a minority. I have my own story that I was told and all of that. And I love the fact that you stand to explain it despite all of this. And then thank you, Dr. Rudy, for your big heart, because to be this position, I think it's not easy, especially the society where we come from. I don't have a direct question for you. I just want to thank you. I've been watching on the YouTube and all of that. So I hope we all have an open heart. And when we talk about each other, you don't just take one side and run with it. We all have open mind to learn from each other. That is what we all need to do to grow up. And thank you so very much for coming for Dr. Rudy Show. I'm the comedian in chief here. Thank you.
All right. Uwem, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate that we said 90 minutes. You spent 3 hours, 11 minutes.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. We appreciate your time, and we will call you again when your next book is coming out, or whenever you want to come. We'll take you.
I want to use this chance not only to thank all of you, my friends and compatriots, but to thank the Igbo people who risked a lot to take me around Igbo land to places where things happen, and you're asking about the Biafran war. These are the people who believe in brotherhood, in sisterhood, in being together. Without that help, I would not be able to have written this, this book. And then there are some Igbo writers who have promoted this book as a way of dialogue, because this is all dialogue. Okay. So I'm very, I am very grateful. As I said to you, I used to work in Igbo Parish, CKC Lagos, Ilasamaja. It's 95% Igbo. So I heard a lot about the Biafran, thing. A lot of my students in Nigeria and here, because they were always shocked when I said, look, our story is so painful and different. The fact that it's Igbo people who encouraged and actually took the risk to take me around, for me, points to, there's something. The Igbos in the village squares, if you still go to the village squares, they're never afraid of counterfacts. The give and take in the village square, if you see it in Things Fall Apart, is the place of eloquence and learning. Okay. So all I'm saying is, please engage your minority brethren. Ask them if we are as calm as you do it here. You'll get to even hear, more. You'll get to hear whether Biafran soldiers came into minority lands. You'll get to hear so many things. Thank you very much. I gotta go watch the World Cup. God bless you.
All right. Thank you.
I will come back.
Yeah, you will. You will come back. I will bring you back. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. So, stand by. We are going to do a recap, and then all right. Okay. So I'm so sorry. I know that this everybody should understand that I'm getting a lot of comments from people who don't understand how this works. The fact that you like somebody and you want that person to talk and dominate doesn't mean that I'm going to ignore other people who are here because you want somebody who is speaking for you. So the goal is that everybody will get a chance to ask a question. And if we all make it a question, other people, everybody will get a chance to talk. I don't have control of this. He agreed to do 90 minutes. And when it was more than 90 minutes, he was giving me a signal that he had to go. I can't stop him. I can't make one person keep talking while the rest of the people will be watching. Understand? So let's think about what happened and get viewpoints from people. CM, can you help me coordinate this? Let me take just a minute. Coordinate this. Are you there?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, just for a minute. I'll be right back.
It's okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm there. So let's do it. Okay.
Yeah, just for a minute.
Okay, let's do it this way. Let me start with this. Lexi hasn't spoken. After Lexi, Tosin. After Tosin, we go to HU. We go Dozier. After Dozier, Ruham, you want to speak. Lexi, Tosin, HU. Please remember your number. Lexi.
Somebody needs to mute so that we can hear you.
Yeah, so please, if you are not speaking, mute yourself. I'm hearing echoes from somewhere. So please, if you're not speaking, mute yourself. Yeah. All right.
Mute yourself, Rudolph. If you're not speaking, yes.
Am I okay to come in now? Alexi?
Yes. You can continue.
Okay. I greet all of you. I come in with a humble spirit that has been shaken a little bit by the very last thing I heard from the guest, actually. Unfortunately, I'm late, so sometimes I'm kind of weak to talk strongly because I don't know if what I'm going to comment about was presented differently than the way I understood it. At the tail end of Uwem Akpan's comments, I could see a picture of someone who reminds me of what my uncle said, that when you stop giving people, helping people, then what they will remember is the one you haven't done for them, and they will forget all that you have been doing for them. I feel very hurt whenever I hear anybody from either Cross River or, please, I'm on the line, from Cross River or Akwa Ibom or even in Rivers area, coming out strong to emphasize enmity or wrongdoings between us, because we have had more good things happening between us, far more, up to 98%. If 2% gets wrongly handled, it shouldn't become what we should use to describe our relationships. If we do it, we're offending God and we're offending humanity. You see, as I speak, I know members of my own family that are either married in that region of the country or people who have migrated from there, who have come into my family and have become part of my family. That's my grandfather's home, where I come from, who have married and are now part of us. When we are describing things in the family, he is there. We accept him as one of us. What I'm trying to say is, anytime I hear an Efik person or Akwa Ibom person emphasizing any negative thing that has happened between us and that region, it just makes me feel so bad, because that is not the truth. What is the truth is what you can see as 98% of our relationships. Why does someone pick 2% to talk about things as if that was the order of the day? Even we who are so-called in the sense of that division between they and us, who are Biafran, we suffered whatever they think they suffered during the war. There were things that went wrong, but we had a common faith in Nigeria, and we wanted to be together. We didn't have to really convince anyone, because the killers and those who came after us didn't have much difference. The only thing they did was who they can buy in order to defeat the war, in order to win the war, I mean. So I don't know all that he said before, but hearing him talking about how we came to, how can you come to where you belong? You don't go to, you were there to defend the land. He said he came to the minority area and then did this and did that. Those things he was claiming that happened to them happened within Biafra by bad people, the wrong soldiers, the wicked soldiers. We had all kinds of people, but on the whole, we had a common faith and we had a common struggle. So I just regret that I wasn't here from the beginning. But if he comes back and I was to talk to him, I will ask him questions, because as I speak to you, I'm taking care of a family of 6. A family of 6 from that region. You know, I do the little I can do to help them because they lost their mother. Nobody from their area is helping these people that I'm helping. And I'm still doing it as I speak. I know how long I've done that. My people, you know, sometimes these things that we bring out for discussion, some people just use it to destroy very important things. We are not in enmity with either the Efik or the Akwa Ibomites. Less than 2 weeks ago, and I hate to say this, but that person could be watching this. Somebody who has been cheated out, has been suffering. I had to send money to him. He's from that area. And I'm doing it as a brother. If he sees what I'm talking now, he will know that he is the one. This is a professor in a university. They cheated him and made him to be like nothing. And we were schoolmates, and he's like a brother to me. Okay, let me stop here because I don't have all the time to be talking. But that particular tail end of that man's presentation, and he's laughing and saying it, he doesn't know the destruction that he's carrying with him. I disagree with him with what he was doing. That's all. That's all for now.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You put the book, you can read further.
CM, your line is not very good, but
okay. Tosin is gone. Is think HU account was HU.
All right.
Since she's engrossed in her mood.
If we look at all
you can come to us now. You are next.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. CM, your line is not very good.
Just your take, General.
Okay. If we look at all that has been said, we are still back to what I have said before. We only have 2 tribes.
That is causing it. Yeah.
The tribe of the oppressed.
Yes, you can.
And the tribe of the oppressors.
Okay.
Because when we look at the Igbos, inside the Igbos, there are minorities that are suffering. When we look at Yoruba, there are minorities that are suffering. Same thing with the Hausas. Then when we now come to the Niger Delta and all that they classify as minority, There are oppressors there, and there are oppressed, suffering the same thing. And my brother Tunde asked a question. What is the way forward? The way forward is this. Let's tell our story. Because majority of us don't know our story. When we know our story, let us not begin to justify this or not. Because some of us, our grandparents did most of all this havoc. And they carry some of it to our father that they don't even know. It is story they told to our fathers. The real cause of our problem, our great-great-great-grandfather, they now tell the story and pass it on. And you know very well, when we are telling story from the original, as it progresses, there is addition and subtraction. And now they have given us a cooked version of the true story. So before those who know the true story, they die and pass away. Let us have an open mind to hear the true story, so that we come to a point in our life where those who need to ask for forgiveness, who need to ask for forgiveness, then we'll begin a healing process. A healing process with a mindset that we are the Moses of our country, Nigeria. That we are the Moses of Africa. So that we can deliver Africa, deliver Nigeria, and leave a better version for our children and our children's children. That is why Andamo Gold charity organization is on a mandate and on a mission, on an assignment of building a new Nigeria, collaborating with our brothers and sisters all over the world to tell our story, to get healing and rebuild. We have to unlearn and relearn so that we can live a better Nigeria. Me and you are here. We don't belong here. They don't recognize you and me here. That is why Trump will come up to say we are from cheat hole. So all right. They call us another. We have to and go back home and take our brothers and sisters that our great-great-grandparents sold into slavery. Let's welcome them with a warm hand and let us build African continent. We have all it takes to build African continent because I believe in you. You are intelligent and smart. We have a beautiful culture that we can even export and make money. We have good weathers. We have good topography that we can turn into tourist center. And that will create jobs and remove my brothers and sisters and my children from Yahoo business, from Olosho, from kidnapping and banditry.
Hecho, thank you so much. Let's limit this to 2 minutes for everybody so that we can, today is Sunday, I have a meeting, unless CM wants to take over, but I have a meeting in the next, we just have to, in 20 minutes I have to leave. I'm sorry about that. But
the next person should be Dozier,
who is the next?
then Roman.
Dozier, okay, Dozier, you're next. Okay.
Okay, good.
Dozier, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, good evening. I've heard what our... Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
From what our sister, the HO said, I agreed in some areas, but the problem, I'm a Pan-Africanist. And most times we Black people, The problem we have is that we want to solve a problem that we don't want to talk about the root cause of the problem. The first question we have to ask ourselves, I've visited some African countries. Look at the boundary between Angola and Namibia. No police there, no army, just a heap of sand. Does that make sense to black men? And we up to today, we call it border. Created by who? White people. We so much believed in what is written for us, but we don't want to care about who wrote it and what is the purpose of the writer. What is the intention of the writer? We always accept what is given to us without asking, what are you giving to me, and why are you giving it to me, and what is it? If the person is unable to explain to that, you check it by yourself and check if this is okay for you. If it's unacceptable to you, you reject it. Or you can collect it and find another way to make use of it. Another thing that is killing black people is educational system that we adapted. But the difference there is that we adapted an unrefined and undefined educational system. The same educational system is the same thing that the Indians adapted it. The Chinese adapted it. But what the difference is that the Chinese adapted it and changed it. They reformed it in a way that it will suit their own people for the interest of the Chinese. The Indians accepted that, adapted it for the interest of the Indians. Look at the way it is. For the Africans, we adapt everything we see. We don't question nothing. We just accept it. And this is the reason why there is no black nation on the planet Earth that is doing well. Mention one black nation on the Earth that can compete with one European nation. Financially, environmentally, none. Look at the difference I will use in America to give you a difference. America and Cuba and United States, they have a border. And the United States and Mexico, they have a border. Look at the situation of Cuba, because they are black people, foolish people. Look at Mexico. Can you compare Cuba and Mexico? This is the reason why I always tell black people that something is wrong with us. And the reason why things are like this, because we have never asked ourselves questions in order to know ourselves. Because if we do, we'll be able to redefine ourselves. And we need reorientation. We need to reorientate our mind. We are not getting it right at all. And it's very shameful. When you come out, they call you black monkey, this, that, this, that. Every day we carried on, we kept on displaying ourselves and presenting ourselves like the same thing how they described us. We need to reason well. One great philosopher said throughout the ages of the battlers, it was always the battle of the mind. And when your mind is conquered, you're going nowhere. And to control a people is to control about what they think about themselves, how they regard their culture and history. And when your conqueror controls all these things, that your conqueror does not need prison walls and chains to hold you. Your mental, your brain will keep you there. Even if you are being released from the chain, you will still be there like a fool. This is what is going on in Black Nation. The poorest part of Australia is the Aborigine. The poorest part of American continents are the Black nations over there. Africa, we don't talk about that. Come on. We need to change ourselves. Look at what the politicians, every day we kept talking about Nigeria, Nigeria, Nigeria. But none of us wants to ask question, what is Nigeria?
Anyway.
How did it come into existence?
Yes, quite.
Well, how did it come into existence? Who created it? What is the reason why? Why the person created it? Is he favoring us? These are the questions Black people, mainly Nigeria, we need to ask ourselves. But we don't. We only talk about APC, PDP, P2OP. P2OP cannot even do nothing in there. Look at the reason why. I'm going back home to that next year. I will vote him. I have everything. But the reason why P2OP cannot do much in there, look at this. There are devils inside there in human form. All this Tinubu and all this. And they will take all this diluted fund. You know what they will do? They will create a lot of parasites for P2OP. They will create a lot of trouble. They will gang up with their use money to brainwash all these bandits around in order to disturb P2OP's government. That is what they will do. They will make sure that P2OP's government will fail. I am telling you the truth. This is the game they're going to play if P2OP wins the election. But if P2OP will be smart enough and use this opportunity to plan, have his own plan, the people that will take over, because the judicial system over there needs to be very strong. If P2OP can choose some reasonable people, somebody like Falana, Dele Farotimi, Mike Ozekome, work with Momoyele Sowore and all these kind of people, they will make sure that the system there, the corruption will be stopped. If not, if P2OP fail to these criminals over there, they are looting the whole fund over there, they will use those funds to bring some idiots from Niger, bring them over to Nigeria and make sure that P2OP government will fail. So with Black people, we need to change things. We don't have to be reasoning things the way white people presented it us.
Hello?
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Ruan, I think it's your turn.
Sorry.
I think CM's is having problem with his network. Ruan, I think it's your turn.
Let me
All right.
Specific should be.
Can you hear me?
Ruham, like where we plan.
I can hear you.
Ruham.
All right. Okay. Oh, well, all has been said, but I want to beg Lexel about it, the good work he has been doing. You should keep it up. I guess when you came in, you came
yes,
in
we can.
Towards the last end of the discussion of the presenter.
Yes.
I think he also did say a lot of good things about the Igbos and the Biafrans too, and he did say about the negative things they did to them, and as well did say about the negative things the Igbo people also did, the Biafrans also did to their people, and also they talked about the negative things Nigerian army did to them. I think to an extent it wasn't biased, but it depends on the narrative each and everyone have. So I think each and everyone has a sentiment, and if you look at it generally, we are talking about the issue of some people being minorities and what have you. Generally, human beings have that sentiment in them. They want to be the superior people. If you look at the world, the Europe, the US, we want to say we are superior. If you go to, and even within the family setting, human beings have that natural instinct in them to say they want to maintain that superiority. So I think it's something that maybe in the US and UK, it's been structured. You have it like racism. In Nigeria, it's not been structured. So I think that is how it is. The only thing is that if we can manage ourselves, I think it will be better. But if we can't, then I don't know what else. May God help us. I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's my turn, right? So I was jokingly referred to as a troublemaker.
After you, where is it?
Right?
Where are we?
I intentionally went back to where
you should be.
Yes, I heard you. So I intentionally went back and put on this shirt for a reason. And this is it, right? we always claim that we are not tribalistic. We say it orally, but deep down in us, we know that we are very tribalistic, and we even put it in our day-to-day, relationship with our fellow men. This is it. We fail to understand the dangers of fake story. Fake story inflaming and also suppresses social relationship. We fail to understand the immense dangers of fake stories. Now, I'm not trying to say that Mr. Uwem's book is not credible. I'm not trying to say that. I allow people to say their own story, but I should be allowed to say my own story as well, right? I was trying to, when I was trying to ask him questions, I was trying to read out something from a Punch News, where Isaac Boro's younger brother, David, was asked a question. He was interviewed by Punch newspaper from Nigeria, and this is what he said. He said, Isaac Boro did not just start the 12-day revolution and decided to declare a Niger Delta Republic. That was some degree of encouragement from the North. Boro himself admitted to having close ties with Balewa government. Now, this is it. We are talking about corruption today. Corruption in Nigeria did not just start today. Corruption has been the bedrock of the problems, issues that we're having in Nigeria today. And during that coup in 1966, corruption was the primary factor that necessitated that coup. The elite did not want corruption to come to an end, and that was why Isaac Boro was picked from the Niger Delta to suppress the movement against corruption. So let us try to understand where the problem actually started and what is happening today, what is playing out today. The northern elite has succeeded in taking over the oil in the Niger Delta. This didn't start today, since 1966, and they've succeeded in doing that. And I hope that the host communities of those oil in Niger Delta are enjoying what God has given to them. And I hope they are enjoying it today. So this has been the problem, oil, and they've succeeded in taking it. And the people that owned the oil are being suppressed. And nobody's saying anything about it. So I don't know when someone is saying that the Igbos subjugated or tried to subdue the minorities. I don't know who are actually the minorities. Remember, during the war, it was a war between majorly the eastern region to against Nigeria, right? The today's South were part of the eastern region. In my place in Anambra State, the Nigerian soldiers invaded our place and our men. They kidnapped our women and went back to the north with them. These atrocities today now in Mr. Uwem's book, he's now attributing those atrocities to have come from the Biafran soldiers. So what if we accuse his own minorities as being the one that raped and kidnapped our women? How would he feel? So when I'm trying to show my anger is directly against this false story, false narration. So what Mr. Uwem is telling us is not credible. And if I will employ him to go to Isaac Boro's family and ask them about Isaac Boro. I believe this man does not know anything about Isaac Boro. He should know something about Isaac Boro. His own father disowned him. His own father refused to support him. His family refused. His kinsmen refused. Today, who is Asari Dokubo? Asari Dokubo is an Ijaw man, and he is one of those championing the cause of Biafra. Simon Ekpa in Owen's minority, he's part of them, and he is one of those fighting for the cause of Biafra. So I don't like a situation where people will come with malicious intent to create problem between the Igbos and their brothers. As far as I'm concerned, people from the River State, Bayelsa State, Delta State are our brothers. And we shouldn't allow the likes of Uwem to come and cause problem between us. Thank you.
Well,
yeah, I'm done.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I quite agree. I mean, I know I can understand where you are coming from. Actually, because when I listen to Uwem Akpan, his opening salvo was Ndi were blessed with powerful writers. Nobody to rebut. Takes one thing to start telling it. But the thing I know is that there are truths that to debate narratives. It's not enough if you ask if somebody like this he wrote very, very objective and he's of examples. The book, different book by Biafran Jr. So, and he has gone around to debunk.
Yeah, your connection is having a problem.
Is that
CM,
don't just jump in.
Your internet fluctuates.
Ask yourself,
badly.
what did they go to do in Napoli? What hearing me?
CM, your internet is down.
Your internet is very, very bad.
Because of what? No,
no, your internet is down, CM.
I think next person should be Aloy.
Your internet is down, CM.
What is wrong?
I think the best thing to do
am I
is
coming out clear
and come back.
Your internet is fine. Can you come back later?
Am I coming out clear?
No, CM, go out and come back again. But I think the next person is Aloy, followed by Ike and Augustine.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, thanks for giving me the opportunity. I won't take long. I think Lexi and Kene has actually, as if they read my mind, they have said it all. But what I just want to say is, listening to this evening, I found out that Uwem was the way he was defending this. To me, reminded me of the somebody defending PhD thesis, PhD work. He wasn't being objective. He was trying to, whatever he wrote, he was trying to say that is exactly what happened. He didn't have to have a second opinion. He didn't want to take those. And it wasn't right. If he wrote a book with research, he didn't have our own opinion about the book before writing it. So he would have also listened to our own opinion about this. Having said that, I think this is a consequence of not having history in Nigeria. Because if Nigeria had a history, people like Uwem would not be producing a book or writing a book like this, because he would have looked at the history that was what had been written during the time or just immediately after the time, but he have taken over 50 years for Uwem to go around. I don't know where he went. He seems to have gone to, according to him, to Biafran or the Igbo side. To him, he went to the north. I don't think he went to Niger Delta. And the common denominator here is what happens whenever you speak to people who say that they are Niger Delta or South, whatever South means, because I don't know what South means to me. It doesn't mean anything. There's nowhere southern than South. So there is nowhere called South. I have a friend. I don't know if he's listening here. Maybe he is. I talked when we are discussing about things like this. He started talking about oil. It's because of our oil you want to come to South. I said to him, could you tell me what South means? I also asked him, how many of these oil wells belong to people from this your region? You think the Igbos are there to take your oil? I don't think it's anything to. It's just we and the Niger Deltas, the Igbos and Niger Deltas, are very close. We are brothers and sisters, and it does make sense. We come together, work together, understand each other without this oil tag put in it. It's very unfortunate when I listen to people like Uwem or this type of people talking to me about it's because you come to take our oil. My question is always how much of this oil is in your hand? At the end of the day, the Fulanis are the people who have the oil anyway. So to me, I don't like, it makes me sad. So I won't go any further than this. And I thank you so much for this great opportunity this evening. Thank you very much.
I think it's Ike's turn. Ike, unmute yourself. Okay.
You can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. As I was coming from the church, I was listening with keen interest in the car during the time of Uwem Akpan and up to this time. But I want to agree with the last speaker, Lloyd, and Dozier, what they said, I just hope and wish that the present-day Nigerians will be able to, sanitize our mindset and stop allowing these Fulani people to use us for their political gains, trying to divide us with so many things. They bring about what happened during the Civil War. Now it is the oil, like Aloy said, the so-called oil in the South. It is the Fulani people that are making the oil. The oil does not even belong to the people that own the oil. They don't even benefit from the oil. I think about 2-3 days ago, Governor Wike made us to know how much the state in the South side was paid from the federal government. None of the South governors were able to let their people know up to today, until Wike opened up everybody's annuals 2 or 3 days ago. So I just think that the present-day Nigerians, whether you are in Nigeria or outside, we should not allow ourselves to be used with all these political games and gimmicks. Because each and every one of us, some of us who were young during the Biafran time, and some of us who were old enough to tell us the story of Biafra, a lot of people said that story from different perspectives and different angles. Maybe some of the story were said by tribal emotions or sentiments, from different angles. But we know something really happened. We know that innocent people died. But I think that the process of healing, I just think that if really we can tell ourselves the truth, Nigeria, the restructuring we're talking about, I just want to ask us a question. Is it possible in Nigeria, if Peter Obi wins by the grace of God, can we have what they had in South Africa? National reconciliation. What is it that was called in South Africa? Can anybody remind me what the people of South Africa did? It was called what? National reconciliation in South Africa. Is it what it was called? Can anybody remember? Can you hear me?
He will call something, but don't worry.
Yes, sir.
What you are saying.
Yeah. So my question to all of us I'm just trying to ask a general question. For example, if Peter Obi wins, like Dozier made a very good comment I want to pick, that if Peter Obi wins, these people is going to put a lot of parasites everywhere in order to make his government not to succeed. That already that I know, and I think that Peter Obi knows about this already. And that's why that, if you remember the last interview he had at Channel Television, he told Abati that even though you put a gun on my head, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do about security. Because the moment I tell you what I'm going to do with security, everything will fall apart. So put a gun on my head, I am not going to tell you what I'm going to do. And this is why the candidate of Peter Obi is a problem to all the political elite in Nigeria, because they don't know where he's coming from. They don't know what he has. And he has made Nigerians, Nigerians that are following him, we believe what he's saying. He cannot reveal himself now because he knows the system already. He was part of the system already. He knows what these political elites are capable of doing. So that's why I just want us to believe that new Nigeria is possible. Dozie mentioned about Sowore and Faro Tomi and so Falana and so many of them. We have great men and women in Nigeria who has conscience. They are there. From every part of Nigeria, we have men and women with great conscience that are carrying the good intentions of Nigerians in their dream. Every day they go to sleep. But we have people like that. So, sometimes when I look at the political landscape in Nigeria, I just think that the coming of Obi, that there is something that is divine that has taken shape in Obi's candidacy. So, for all his comments have been following him. He has not exposed himself. He has tried to prevent himself from revealing anything for the political elite to know. So I think that this reconciliation and restructuring Nigeria, I think that Peter Obi has something in his hand. He has a blueprint and he knows what he wants to do, but he's not ready to reveal himself. He's not ready to expose anything. Look at that, talking about manifesto. Everybody has that. When is your manifesto? They keep telling them it is today, it is tomorrow, because he knows the game. He knows the game more than all of us that are, trying to support him in whichever way it means that we think we can support his candidacy. So I just believe that Nigerians can heal. We can heal if only we can allow these old politicians, all these criminal structures, all these criminal structures that they have established, that is our problem. It's just few people. They are few. They are not bigger than the majority of Nigerians, but we know them. So I just concur with what Dozier said, but I just want to encourage Dozier that Peter Obi knows what he wants. He knows what he's doing because he was in the system. He is still in the system, but he have decided that I'm going to fight the system because he knows it's not going to be easy. Because you are going to use the system to fight the system. And you cannot be outside the system to fight that system. And that is why I know that he is going to fight that system. And he knows that there is a lot of things in his hand this time. His hands are full because Nigeria is a very delicate country to rule. But I'm trusting God that people of like minds, both inside and outside Nigeria, if God says that he is going to be the president of Nigeria. So I think that all of us are pursuing one cause for a better Nigeria, so that all of us can go home. Because who is happy where he's staying? Let me end like this. My children and grandchildren, I can't take them to Nigeria. I think that as an Igbo man, that I'm happy that my kids have grown, married, have children, live comfortably where they're living in the Western world. But they can't go to Nigeria. If I want to go to Nigeria, I sneak into Nigeria and sneak out of Nigeria. Sometimes I want to go. It is only my senior brother knows that I'm coming in. I mean, this is not the country we wish for ourselves. This is not a country we wish for ourselves. At a certain age in life, you want to go home and retire and let your children continue from where you stopped. So I just pray that all of us should, because reading all these books, sometimes when you read them, you get angry with your fellow man. When you read some of the books, you want to fight a Yoruba man. When you read some of the book, a Yoruba man wants to fight an Igbo man. When a Igbo man read a book, he wants to fight an Igbo man. This is just the problem. It was when I went to live in Kaduna that I discovered, many years up to today, many Nigerians don't know the difference between Hausa and Fulani. Up to today. It was when I went to live in Kaduna many years ago. My girlfriend was from Plateau State, from Birom. I never knew that there is anything that is called Birom. How do we call this Hausa? We call everybody Hausa. Until I went to live in Denon for 5 or 6 years, I came to realize and understand the difference between these people in Kaduna, in Kafanchan. They don't see themselves as Hausas. In Chuku local government, there are so many local governments in Kaduna and Zaria that these people are just like the Igbos. But before, we called everybody Hausa. But until I went to live in their midst, I discovered, no, there is a lot of difference. So please, let us, after reading all these books, let us use it for better Nigeria, not to divide ourselves, because all these books we read, sometimes we read it and we get angry with our fellow Nigerians and we cannot find solutions to our problems. God bless us.
I think I'm going next, right?
Yeah. Austin.
So I think we all speak this way. We see ourselves as enemies just because there is poverty in the land. If there was no poverty in the land and we are living comfortably, we will not be fighting ourselves. We end up fighting each other, not knowing that there are some people somewhere who want to grab everything, keep us divided, and collect everything. So please, there's one thing I want to tell people. The fact that I am from the east or from the west and I go somewhere and do something bad, it doesn't paint everybody from that region as bad. That is one thing. Once an Igbo man does something bad, it seems as if all the Igbos are like that. Once an Hausa man does something bad, it seems as if all the Hausas are like that. I'll tell you something. When I was 7, I had one bicycle I used to ride. I love bicycles, so I bought it in Bochi. As I came out of I went for mass. As I came out, an Hausa person with a bike knocked me. But you know the funny thing? Nothing happened to me. But instead, the bike of that Hausa man got broken. But when people came and they started talking, because I was just coming from the church, some of the other boys came who understand Hausa, and they were talking. And the man got so, because when the man fell, I was the one who picked all the things that fell down, gave it back to him. But when they started talking as if I was the cause, and not as if I was in his lane, he left his lane and came to my own lane. But the whole thing is that I had to just get some money and still give him. I discovered that money was the problem. That take it. He bought potato. Maybe there was no soup to eat it. So I just gave him money. It's okay for everything to go. But in a nutshell, it doesn't mean that if one Hausa person does something bad, it means all the Hausas are bad. Because it was the same Hausa people who came to solve the problem, and some of the Hausa guys there who solved the problem. So please, let's forget this mentality that once one Igbo person or one Yoruba person or one Hausa person does something bad, then all of them are bad. Let me tell you one funny thing. Delete all the Igbo people from Nigeria. You see that the Salsa will start fighting the Hausas. You see that the Salsa will start fighting the Yorubas. So that's just the whole thing. It just make you feel as if this or that. Then the point is that where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? The point is this. Let's listen to everybody's story. And I'll blame the country for not teaching us the history. Listen to everybody's story. When you listen to everybody's story, as one of the speakers said, we have a national reconciliation. Tell ourselves the truth. Igbos are not the problem of Nigeria, same as the Hausas and the Yorubas. The only problem is those people at the top wants to keep us poor. Why they keep us very, very poor at the end of the day is for their own selfish interest. And that is why I'll always say this thing. Whenever I hear people talk about this election, it's no doubt that P2B is the best candidate. But let's forget that tag that is from the Igbo land. It's not because he's from the Igbo land. And that's why I keep on saying, even if I had somebody of P2B's quality from the Yoruba land, I'll prefer to vote for him. It's not about being Igbo. Anytime we see the Igbo tag, it seems as if there are problems, there are this. I will tell you the truth. I don't know. If you decide to remove Igbos from politics, just give them the ability for them to do their business. They won't complain. Most of the time, they will not complain because most of them don't even like the politics from the first instance. If you just leave them to do their business, they will still make their money and be happy. So please, let's forget that issue that once one Igbo person maybe raped somebody, all the Igbos are bad. One Yoruba person stole something at the market, all Yorubas are bad. One Hausa person does is bad. No, it's not fair. I'll just rest my case.
Yeah, let me further correct this, right? The allegation that Biafran soldiers raped women in his minority, because I don't see them as minorities, is a false story. False.
And I think that narrative is very crazy because look, I want to speak because when he was speaking, I heard something.
And my reason for saying that is because
I heard
those
something
people,
which I
okay, go
think
ahead.
doesn't match. If I am a king in a kingdom, if I want to fight a war, all my followers must be united. It
Exactly.
is easy for me to go to a section of my soldiers, rape their women, which will make them disloyal to me. So
Exactly. So now another pointer. Yes, and another pointer is the present day South was part of the eastern region that was invaded by the Nigerian soldiers. So how could you now begin to rape your own people, kill your own people that they were supposed to fight with you? Remember the case of Bakassi Peninsula, that the Nigerian government was trying to invade the eastern region through the Bakassi Peninsula, right? Ojukwu refused, and they tried all they could, and they eventually succeeded by brainwashing the people over there. So now the story of brainwash is what is playing out today. Most of these people that most of these our brothers that this Mr. Uwem is referring to, minorities, their own fathers, like people of my age, of my generation, brainwash us. They told us false story, and it's so pathetic that we are carrying this story, believing it, and it may be transferring it to our own children. This is evil. This is very malicious. We shouldn't be doing this. And the likes of Uwem's book, that book shouldn't be on the shelf. In the market. Yeah, shouldn't be there. I will order the book. I will order the book, review it. I will review it. I know I will order the book and give him my own review. And I encourage everybody that I feel the same pain that I'm feeling today to get the book, review it, and send it back to Amazon.
Good.
You can't be parading fake stories to kill a region, and you think you're the smartest guy that is out to make money in a dubious way.
Okay, brother, thank you so much. I think it's the turn of HQ, isn't it, before me?
Sure.
Yeah, it's turn of HQ first before me.
Yeah, I think she's sleeping.
Oh, really?
Yeah, okay. I think she's still asleep.
My brother here, point of correction on what you said about the soldiers raping the people from the minority, as the guy classified himself and the people over there as minority. I don't see them as minority. So that's why I made a statement that we need mental reorientation. So, but one thing I want to clarify to you is that, for example, even if there is a war between Anambra and Anambra, bear it in mind that some people will use that opportunity to do evil. In one adage in Igbo said, "Alare mma wuru ndenze." So, which means when there is a war in anywhere, that war will be an opportunity or a benefit to some certain people. Even here in United Kingdom, there are most times you encounter misconduct from the army, from the police. It happens once in a while. Because of what? The human being are involved in this life. Nobody is perfect. So if the guy, that statement the guy made, that some Biafran soldiers raped some women over there in minority land, as he said that word. The reason why I don't doubt him, because in this life, for the fact human being, flesh and blood is involved, bear it in mind, everything is possible. Because we're human beings, we are created of the same image, but different mentalities, different intention, different reasoning, different everything, different look. The way you reason is different. All these soldiers that we talk about, those soldiers, we are human. They are not God. They were human, and when they are in tight corner at some stage and they see a woman, they think that they can take advantage of that person. It's possible. They can do so, it's possible. So that's the reason why I'm not disputing what he said. But the really only area I'm not happy about is the way he generalized it, as if it was a planned deal by Biafran soldiers, by all Biafran soldiers, some planned deal by Igbo people in order to go there, to carry out such act. No. So this is the only area I'm talking about. Another area he was fascinating about is about the way he presented his case, as if they are the victim. Because everything that he was saying is all about victimization. He thought his area were the ones victimized. No, that's absolutely wrong. We Igbo, I'm from Imo State. We Igbo people, we are the victim. We were the victim of that war, completely. So, but the difference there is that now there are people there because they allowed themselves to be brainwashed by their oppressor. I have to use this word, and I don't owe no apology to it. Their oppressor brainwashed them, redirected the attention against the Igbo people. That is the reason why this man that you are talking about, this man that is saying this now, the one that wrote the book, if you go to his great-grandfather might be Okechukwu Chinaka, but he doesn't know that history. His great-grandfather might be Okechukwu Chinaka. But for now, if you ask him, he might not know that he's an Igbo man. Because of what? No history. When people don't study history in the school anymore, because the Fulani people removed history this is a game, political game. When you talk about politics, so many people think about voting and all that. No. Everything is involved in politics. Educational system, everything, lifestyle. All these things all of them are being governed by politics. Fulani people intentionally addicted history. They removed the history from our curriculum because the reason why they said it, because when you go back to the history, you'll be able to find out that Fulanis are foreigners in the so-called Nigeria today. Mr. Laxi, if I'm mistaken, that redirect me, please. Well, from what I read, Fulani people, they are not from the western part of Africa. They are foreigners. So the reason why they intentionally removed history from our educational system is for us not to define them for whom they are. For you not to read history and find out, hey, Buhari is not even originally a Nigerian. So the only opportunity they had, they removed it.
Now, talking about history, I'm not trying to cut you off. Let me just add to what you're saying concerning history, how the politicians, I wouldn't want to say Fulani specifically, but the military generals then, which were mostly Fulanis, were the one that removed history. But going to this, right? I don't know if we know River State too well.
Yes.
Like in River State, in community, let's say that Port Harcourt as a city has communities that are made of Port Harcourt, right? Those communities has names, right? But the names were changed, and I believe the children of this generation might not really understand what happened. They may think that for example, the people from Umokoro, for example, are changed to Rumokoro. Umuoma are changed to Rumoma. Umuomasi were changed to Rumomasi. You see, so the children born from 80s or 90s and above may not understand. They think that they are Rumo, they are not Igbos. But remove the R, you are Umuoma. It was just politics, just to further separate us from our brothers, separate you from your identity. Now, most of us, like the current governor of River State now, his name is Wike, refused. He's kind of denouncing his identity as an Igbo man, right? The former governor, Chibuika Meshi, he's confused. At some point, he denied being Igbo, and at some point, he accepted being Igbo. So you see, the brainwash is so disastrous. The impact is so demeaning. Like you see a grown adult denying his identity because of brainwash, because of fake stories. Sorry, I cut you off. You can go.
Yeah, no problem, brother. So what I'm saying, all these things that you mentioned, they're all part of it. So, but the thing is that is we that allowed those things to take place. Yeah, because if we don't, there's a way we can stop it. Yeah, because in Nigeria, in Nigeria now, I will tell you honestly that Fulani people, they are the owners of Nigeria. Yeah, they are the owners of Nigeria. Because everything in Nigeria, when you don't get their authorization, you will never succeed. And this is the reason why they are scared of P2B's emergence. Because P2B came out in a way they were not expecting. P2B came out in a way that people from Sokoto, are supporting him. This is the reason why these cabals are so scared. It will be, is a huge threat for them. Even as of yesterday or so, the former governor of Ekiti State confirmed it, that P2B is a threat to PDP. So, but in everything, I'm a Pan-Africanist, like I said before. All I always, try to advise we Black people, because this is the beginning of our problem. The beginning of our problem is what? That we accept everything that is being presented to us without questioning those things. I live in London, United Kingdom, England precisely. If you talk to a white man about something, they will ask you, how do you know? Before they will believe you, they will ask, how do you know? How sure are you? Before they will take what you said. But we Black people, we don't do the same. So every day we carry on fighting, but we don't ask the necessary question. Why this fight? What brought it? What are we fighting for? Because if we ask these questions, I think that's the beginning of our liberation. We are not liberated yet. No this thing that you call the so-called independent. No, Black people, we are not independent. We are physically independent, but mentally slaves. We're mentally slaves. We don't ask questions that we should ask.
Okay. So,
a white man came and created something. Up to today, nobody wants to question about it. We have professors and their professions doesn't reflect in our community. It doesn't reflect in the so-called nation. It doesn't reflect in our lifestyle. We only believe in certificate. But certificate did not develop China. Certificate did not develop Singapore. Certificate did not develop Malaysia and other ones. Look at United Arab Emirates. Certificate did not develop them. But every day we talk about certificate. That is very, very wrong. That is very wrong. Let us tell ourselves the truth. One thing again, sorry, I'm just rounding up now, please. The way I see our, what is going on around us today, that is the reason why I give our forefathers, when I talk about forefathers, I'm not talking about the ones that found Nigeria. Our forefathers during colonization that fought for us, I gave them a huge credit. At least they fought. At least they fought. And there is another way I give them huge credit to. At that time, during those our forefathers, if you can recall, 75 or 80% of them were unable to understand and speak English. But yet, they were able to discover that the intention of the white people in their society is a threat. They had to fight for it. Now we can read and write. Many of us today studied more than the people that introduced the so-called educational system. Yet we don't do nothing about it. That shows that we're not with our senses. That's what I can say at the moment, my brothers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Alex, you can come in.
Okay. All that we come together to talk about every time ends up in one thing. What do we go? I mean, how do we go from where we are? It seems that we are afraid of telling ourselves the truth about where to go. Let us look at around us in the world. Population-wise, Nigeria is dense. Even area of land, we have comparative places that we have people who are in their own country taking care of their own things. When we talk about corruption in Nigeria, there's one thing that we have refused to acknowledge, that the people who are stealing or the people who have become thieves, whether as politicians or in their offices and so on. I used to believe as a child, and that's what probably my parents taught me, that there are people who are thieves, but they are minority in the community. And when thieves are known, they are ashamed because the community rejects thieves. But what has happened today is that everybody is stealing as a result of what has been laid down as pattern of either being a government official or being a politician. And why does that happen? It's because what you are stealing, you see it as belonging somewhere else. Nobody steals from himself. When the Fulani is carrying all our money from the oil area, one thing at the back of their mind is, if we don't get what we can get now, tomorrow this thing could change. When people go to work and are carrying the money that they are supposed to utilize for a certain responsibility, it's because they believe that if they don't get it, they need it because they are coming from their own part of the country. So everything is out there for the grabs for thieves or whoever has decided to join. Even clerks, everything is upside down. So the situation Nigeria is in now is for people to retreat to what they believe is theirs and take care of what is theirs. And that is not a disaster. There's no crime in that. Because we have been trying this thing of being together for too long and no solution is coming. And it will continue like that. Because as the saying goes, if you keep doing the same thing over and over, you keep getting the same result. There is nothing we can do to make Nigeria become the El Dorado for today or tomorrow. We cannot be like the United Arab Emirates in the structure we are in now. But as individual nations, we can, and we can even cooperate. So the fear of dividing Nigeria and everybody starts trembling is very, very non-productive as a solution to our problems. We will still remain in this thing and give Obi 8 years and he does all the wonderful things he can do. What happens after that? The incumbent vice would have learned the game and he will do everything to win. And if he wins, the power has gone back to the same people where he belongs. There's no assurance that it will be sustainable, that what he has learned is going to continue. But we fool ourselves when we want to believe that, oh yes, once we get it going, it will continue like that. No, it has not always been the way it is now. We had very good and running systems in Nigeria. It deteriorated to where we are today. Anything that goes up can still come down. Let us solve this problem once and for all. Let every group that wants to be a nation, I keep saying it, Luxembourg, country, so to say. We are not one nation. How many times should we say this for us to agree? We can never be. And please, let's stop blaming God for making us Igbo or Efik or Akwa Ibomite or whatever. Is this direction that we give to it, like South-South, which doesn't make sense to me too. If you are a Warri man and you are a Shekiri man, thank God, you have something beautiful. I've had the Shekiri songs that I love. I've used them to praise God. If you are from somewhere else, what you have is good. God gave it to you. Why do you want to remove it because you want to make Nigeria? You want to please Nigeria. So you talk about tribe as if tribe is a curse. It's not a curse. That's your identity. Nobody should kill it. Nobody should challenge it. Nobody should come and tell you, stop being who you are. I don't understand that kind of direction we want to go. We are who we are. Let us be who we are. But let us solve this problem once and for all. Let everybody go home. I want Biafra. Even if Biafra is my state alone, as long as I will have peace and progress, it's fine with me. If my state is going to combine with another one to be Biafra, as long as we can work together and know that that is our own environment God has given us, and we work to fix it, fine. As far as it can spread, and we say we are Biafrans, fine. But if you don't want Biafra, stay away. You don't have to be Biafra. Don't stop. Don't begin to tell lies and write stories in order to destroy whatever effort people are making to realize the fullness of who God made them. And I'm not saying people should be Christians. Christ said, I came that they may have life and have it in fullness. We are not getting a fullness life in Nigeria. No. So many things interrupting us. The other day, I was looking at what they said Gaddafi.
There is anyone there in Nigeria. They're in abroad. They should understand that.
Gaddafi, what he did for his people. They killed him because he was doing the best for his people. Now we still have examples. People in Kuwait, from the day you are born into whatever you want to be. You can go to school until you finish your university education and be whether you want to be teacher, engineer, whatever you are interested in. We today, we study for the sake of having enough to eat and to take care of our families. It doesn't have to be that way. Whatever you want, art, or science, or engineering, or science in different fields. But that's not what we are doing. Look at what it takes for a child from the South to go to a medical school. And yet we have people who didn't score that much coming out as graduates of medicine. So what you are telling us in another way is that all those people who would have gone to med school with more scores than the people who graduated and become doctors, they too would have succeeded. See how many people have missed that chance. People, I don't know. It's very simple for me to see this thing and proffer the solution to our problems. Let us peacefully divide and be who God made us to be. Don't fight God. But when you start saying, oh, that's your tribe. No, you are fighting God because nobody came into this world and said this should be Igbo tribe. This should be Yoruba tribe. That's who we have come to see ourselves to be. And our people have cultures. They have things that we do that work for everybody. Today, we are being told to tear those things apart and do all kinds of things. I don't see why that should be. People come to the South and kidnap a woman and take them away to the North. Over there, it's okay to kidnap a woman and marry her. But it's not okay for us down. We look for our daughter until we find her in the North. She has a baby in her hand. And the man starts apologizing. Oh, no, I wanted to marry her. That's why I took her, I brought her here. Those kind of things. And why should we accept that? Why should anybody rape anyone that is related to me and it goes like nothing happened? But it's happening. Let everybody go. If kidnapping women and marrying them is the way of whatever tribe you belong, then go and practice it amongst your people. Don't cross the line to come and take my own sister and say that's your way of finding a wife. A lot is happening. Today, we cannot feed ourselves again. Our farms, I remember when I used to go to secondary school, when I going home from the boarding school, I would look on both sides of the road. You see cassava sticks standing with very beautiful appearance. People own those farms. They go there at their own time. They harvest at their own time. They plant more at their own time. We don't do those things again. How are we not going to be hungry? And all those people are depending on us abroad. Oh, we are hungry. Oh, we are dying of hunger. Oh, with this, that. Oh, we need to pay for our rent. And with the limited amount we get, There's nowhere in this world where they just give you that money anyhow. The only thing is that where we are is organized. So you can make sacrifices without too much pain. And we don't do it just for one person or one family, multiple friends, relatives, extended family. So my people, let's not be afraid of this thing. Nobody wants to talk about it. We want to be politically correct. We keep saying, "Oh, find peace for Nigeria. Let us peace." You're looking for peace where there's hatred and destruction going on. Every day we have the army, the DSS, the police, and all killing people in the east. And we must keep quiet until they finish all their killings, and then we'll come back together and say, okay, we want peace now. Let us unite. Unite with who? So I don't understand. We are just wasting time. Every time we come together, we are looking for solution to Nigeria problem. Nigeria is not meant to be one. It is not meant to be one country from the organic standpoint. This is British creation that has given them all they want all these years. They don't want it to be pulled apart because they will stop getting. We should learn to say no. Let's do it and stop being politically correct. I rest my case here.
Yeah, Mr. Laxey, you've spoken well. Yeah, Kene is gone and HO is sleeping. I think it's only me and you on live at the moment. You've spoken well. But the issue there is that how do we move forward? Nigeria can never move forward until we redefine ourselves. This was my first statement. We need to redefine ourselves because at this moment, we are operating on a system defined by our colonial masters. And it's not beneficial to us. It does. The reason, the painful part of it is that it's not beneficial to the north. It's not beneficial to the south or the southwest. It's not beneficial to the south and the southeast. When you look at it critically, you find out that even the southwest, the south, and the southeast are even, they are even more comfortable than the ones in the north. And the north holds the power. You see where I talk about the mentality of Black people. You holding the power and your people are the ones suffering the most. It's ridiculous. It doesn't make no sense. So for us to move on, if we want to maintain Nigeria as a country, all we need to do, come down to the round table and say, okay, do we want to be the same? South, what do you think? Southeast, what do you think? Southwest, what do you think? The north, what do you think? Northwest, North Central, what do you think? If we have that kind of debate and decide to, come into agreement that we're going to remain the same, we have to sign a new paperwork prepared by us, not a paperwork prepared by Britain. Do you understand? Because the reason why I said this is this. The reason why I said this, because your oppressor can never show you a way to succeed. Because if your oppressors show you a way to succeed, what happens? When you succeed, you bring down the civilization of that your oppressor.
Like in Russia.
Exactly.
In Russia. Yes.
Yes, you will crush everything. So your oppressor can never show you a way to succeed. Because the primary responsibility of every oppressor is to keep the oppressed down. at all times, at any cost. They don't care about what it takes. Their mission is just to keep you down there.
And we allow it to continue.
So we are, as Black people, as foolish as we are. That's why I told people, I always said to them, people, my friends as well, that Black people, we are mentally sick. We are mentally sick. I could recall, the question Nnamdi Kanu asked Dele Momodu on a live interview one time. I think that should be around 2020 or 2019. Dele talk politically because of what? They think about what they studied. They think about their certificate and their credentials. But the common sense doesn't apply on all those things. All those certificates has no common sense in them. After talking, I'm sorry to use that word. After talking, Nnamdi said, okay, Dele, have you finished? Dele said yes. Nnamdi repeated, Dele, can you hear me properly? Dele said loud and clear. Nnamdi said, okay, Dele, as a Black man, can you go to Europe or America and create a nation? Dele said, no, it's not possible. Nnamdi said, why is it not possible? Oh, they will not. Oh, Dele said they will not allow it. Nnamdi was like, okay. Oh, the Europeans will not allow you to create a nation in their own nation, in their continent. Then why are you killing yourself for what a white man created for you in your own land? Honestly, have you seen how intelligent that man is? You're older than him, but have you seen how intelligent he is? Mr. Laxi, as I'm talking to you today, Dele Momodu has not answered this question. And he's not going to answer it. Because there is no way out in that question. Why are you killing yourself for what a white man created for you?
Yeah.
Then the reason why I said this is all about the politics that we are discussing today. The politics that we are discussing today. Can Europeans allow you to bring in your own political system in their own land?
Of course.
Are they going to allow it?
They won't.
It's impossible. Why are you fighting each other, killing yourself for the political system that they brought to you? That's why I said we need to question things. What makes us human is ability to think, ability to reason. And the reason why we go to school is to have the ability to understand, the ability to read, the ability to think, and also ability to question some certain things. But in everything, are we questioning the things that we are supposed to question? We're not questioning those things. So this is the downfall of Black nation.
Now we have three people out there struggling to lead the country. Why not make it simple? Give Tinubu the West, give Obi the East, give Atiku the North, and let them settle whatever differences there are. And even the other smaller groups that don't feel like they belong can find their own solution. Let freedom reign on the land. That's the point.
Okay, how is it going to be possible?
Well, you see, it's very simple to say, and I know it is. But the thing is this: we must resist anything else because we are only prolonging the doomsday. Or why the agony? Why do we allow the agony to continue? Why do we expect a new result when we are doing the same thing? Election has never been a way in Nigeria to bring out any leader.
Yeah.
To bring out any leader that has done anything meaningful to us or for us. So it needs to change. And the people will determine it. The people.
Yes, I understand you, Mr. Laxi. But if you permit me, I will redirect. This is conversation that we're having. We're not of the same.
Asleep,
Yes. So if you permit me, I will redirect you in some certain areas, in the sense that, okay, in this life, you cannot find comfort, in the hands
of your enemies.
Of your enemies.
That's right.
Or your oppressor.
Yes.
And Black people are the only ones that finds comfort in the hands of their enemies.
Because they are going to be the Uncle Tom on the.
That's why we are mentally and financially and environmentally poor. We find comfort in the hands of their, in captive.
Yes.
So look at this. Nigeria is on, somebody made a statement and said that Nigeria is on life machine.
Life support.
Life support. That person that used that word knows Nigeria. Nigeria is under captivity. Nigeria is captured. Nigeria is kidnapped. Nigeria is in the hand of kidnappers. And being in that hand of kidnappers, you cannot be seeking for division. Like what you're saying, let the Southwest go, let the South, let the Southeast go, let this one go. No, you cannot be in the hand of kidnappers and you are seeking for this kind of division, let this person go, let this person go. No, you can't. When you are in the hand of kidnappers as a group, you fight together. When you're in captivity together, you fight together for your liberation. Then when you liberate yourself, you will not stand the chance of reaching to each other. Okay, can we go in the same direction, or do you want to go to your house?
Yeah.
That time at least you're out. So this is the situation of Nigeria. At this moment, we need somebody that will get that nation out of the hands of these kidnappers. And these kidnappers are they are not in any other place except PDP and APC.
That is correct.
Then now, this is the reason why we need P2B. I am not saying that P2B will do miracle, but P2B will be a new face of moving forward. Because when P2B gets that position on top there, you will see so many of these kidnappers leaving the jungle. You see them retiring. Because P2B is coming up with fresh idea, with new people. And many people that surrounded P2B, look at all of them. These are political activists that they have been fighting against Nigeria for so many years. And it's very difficult to change the mind of an activist. You are muted, so.
I hear you. Dele Farotimi is my number one in that list of.
So, Dele Farotimi, tell me what you can tell there is no way you can brainwash Dele Farotimi.
That man, there aren't many of this kind.
This is number one. This is number one person.
Okay.
Another person, tell me, this man, the son, the senior advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Femi Falana. Tell me how you can deceive this person. Another person there This man, Party Utomi. Tell me how you can deceive Party Utomi. These are strong political activists that they want to rewrite these people I mentioned. Their intention is just to rewrite the history or the story of Nigeria. And all of them are around P2B.
And Showore is among them.
Showore, yes, Showore is in a different
Showore,
party.
I know him personally. He is going to do wonderful. But I'm still saying,
of course, Showore is somebody that you can't tell him nonsense. Because his own is that he cannot give you 1 minute. He will talk to you in your presence there. While you're standing there, Showore is talking to you, telling you what he's telling you. So, but in this case,
yeah,
if we can use P2B to come out from the hand of these kidnappers, then we can work with Showore them, get them on board. So, my guy, listen, you're a good guy. We are fighting the same cause. Come over here, take this position, take control of it. That's why I've given this analysis before. I said, okay, in this Nigeria, for example, if P2B wins this election and decide to work with people, Showore, EFCC chairman, Dele Farotimi, one of the top officials in the judicial system.
he doesn't even want it. He just wants things to go right. But I hear you.
I understand.
He's looking for nothing. He just wants peace.
Yes, he said he can only take a position.
I believe him. Oh.
He said he can only take a position if the constitution is being changed. But in that case, when we are out of the hand of these kidnappers, we can call him and say, okay, that constitution that you want us to change before you can take a position. You are one of those people that can stand by us and help us to change it. So we need you here. Another person we can work with is Party Utomi. Another person is, Mr. Femi Falana. We need this kind of people. Another person is Mike Zekome.
These are men. Yes.
These are men of integrity.
And that's a new kid in the block now. The guy who is saying that he's of SDP.
Yes.
That's another one.
Yes.
All these people, I see them.
So these are the people we can gather together. We put these people to